All right, all right, all right. We're accepting questions from chat. Chat. Let's take a look. What do they have to say? And you in the back. Why were you gone for 2 days? I was sleepy. Next question. Hey, what's up? Why are you late? Also, point to being sleepy. How to convince someone to play a Mori? Give them depression. Why are you dressed like a cop? Oh yeah, it doesn't really show. I actually think it's a really cute shirt. It just only shows the top half. Look, see? It's not a polo shirt. It's like a blue and purple, like kind of abstract desert landscape, you know? I think it's cute. But yes, from the top, it does look like a polo shirt. Dad shirt? I am almost 30. Why do you have hair? Yeah, see, if I was a cop, would I really have a forward hairline? Why aren't you fucking right now? I would never have sex. I would never betray you guys like that. I would never do that. What's up, everyone? Will I ever wax my chest? Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Your beard is looking very nice today. Thank you. I trimmed it last night. The ICC has issued an arrest warrant for Putin for war crimes. Oh, well, that's pretty cool. I doubt they'll be able to get him. Today, March 17th, 2023, pretrial chamber 2 of the International Criminal Court issued warrants of arrest for two individuals in the context of the situation in Ukraine. Mr. Vladimirovich Putin and Miss Maria Alexeyevna Belova. Great. MSDXR, what are you doing? What are you doing? 50 gifted tier 1 subs. What are you doing? Jesus Christ, the unprecedented white name genocide going on in chat. There's not going to be a single one of them left. Oh my god. MSDXR, you're a Serb. You're a Russian. You're leaving no one behind. You're a Hitler. Reverse Hitler. Because it's a white name genocide. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the incredible kindness. I don't even know what to say, except for thank you. But I normally say that, so, you know. Thank you very, very much. Everyone in chat, hypers. What's the point of this finger-wagging symbolic gesture? Um, I don't actually know that much about the ICC, but I'd be willing to bet it's probably a little bit inconvenient to have a warrant for your arrest out in it. Like, this probably means, like, Putin can't, like for a long time, Putin won't be able to really leave Russia or allied countries, you know? It seems inconvenient. I'm sure there's an inconvenience attached to this. Not that they'll actually arrest him. Yeah, I doubt he'll ever leave like Russia and you know, um Russia and oh god, how am I forgetting the name of the country? Directly to his west, the puppet country. How am I forgetting right now? Belarus. Thank you, yeah. Belarusi, yes. He's up in the Russi, he's up in the Belarusi. That's it. The chamber considered that the warrants are secret in order to protect victims and witnesses and also to safeguard the investigation. Nevertheless, mindful that the conduct addressed in the present situation is allegedly ongoing and the public awareness of the warrants may contribute to the prevention of further commission of crimes, the chamber considered that it is in the interest of justice to authorize the registry to publicly disclose the existence of the warrants. Huh. Interesting. Oh my god, you people. All right, hold your horses. No. We need to get some content done. Okay, hold on. We're getting some content done, and then I'm going to do an autism at all of you. And then we're going to read donos, okay? But we need to get some content done, all right? Hold your horses. Okay? All right? Okay. Huh? It's going down in France right now, man. It's not good. Let me find one. The problem with looking up France protests and trying to find something older than 1 hour is that they're always protesting. They're very based like that in that respect. Credit, I hate to give credit to the French, but in this specific respect, they've got their shit together. Okay. Give me the last, I'm just trying to find from the 1st of March to the 8th of March. That should be fine. Perfect. All right. You guys have probably heard of this. There have been protests in France. Not exactly new information, not exactly novel, but they have been going on. And the French do know how to protest. The reason they've been protesting is because they've been fighting back against proposed pension reform, essentially raising the age of retirement, And nobody likes it when you raise the age of retirement because it means all of these, what is it in France right now? 62? France age of retirement. Well, not anymore. It was 62. Okay, it was previously 60. Okay, right, yeah. So anyway, people were not happy with this. Let's take a look at how happy they weren't. Sound? Oh, I'm so sorry. OBS disconnected my default sound. There we go.
Enfin, c'est un problème démocratique, c'est un problème de respect du peuple de la part du président de la République. Il a dit à plusieurs reprises.
We don't have to listen to a Frenchman. That's okay. Basically, people are not happy, They're very, very, very not happy. It's sparked, the proposal to raise the age of retirement has sparked protests all across France. Now, the French have also been demonstrating the incredible power of proletarian protest. Oh, that's some alliteration. Because, as it turns out, when workers are protesting, if you do it right, the entire country shuts down. Trash has been piling up all over Paris. You can see up here in the top right, that's the Eiffel Tower in the background, sort of foregrounded by piles of trash. Now, obviously, for people living in Paris, this is disgusting and stinky, and I feel bad for them. But they're doing it for a reason. And the reason is, no matter how much power is concentrated in the 1%, in the elite, in the bourgeoisie, no matter how much they have, everything relies on the labor of the workers. If you snapped your fingers and got rid of every 1%er, every manager, there'd be a fuss, but you could replace them. There's not that many of them, after all. A lot of them don't do anything. Some of them have specialized skills, but those specialized skills have probably been mirrored by their undersecretaries. I feel like you could get by. There'd be tussle. If you snapped away all the proletariat, the world ends. Irrevocably, you do not get to pass go. There is no second chance. The proletariat are irreplaceable. The international workers, they cannot, you cannot supplant them. And this is what protesting in America has always lacked. This is what, for example, the BLM protests lacked. I mean, you had a bunch of people in the streets, tens of millions of them, but functionally not much change. I mean, you have people walking down the street, sure. There were a couple of incidents of arson, which I've argued are not productive protest for a number of reasons, but they also kind of inevitably happen when people are angry. But in terms of, deliberate, structured efforts at protest, being on the street isn't enough. In fact, being on the street isn't anything. Public support and solidarity aren't anything. The threat of societal shutdown is everything. And for that reason, I think the French were very successful in leveraging their power there, which is what I would like to say. But then President Macron put through the nuclear option and just raised the age of retirement anyway. Yeah, so French President Macron overrides Parliament to pass retirement bill. He resorted to using special constitutional powers He triggered Article 49.3 of the French Constitution. Now, as I understand it, the reason they call this the nuclear option is because you're not supposed to use it. The article allows the government to compel the majority if reluctant to adopt a text, and also to accelerate the legislative process, and in particular to end any obstruction from the opposition. Now, I could be completely wrong on this, and I encourage somebody in chat to correct me if I am. I don't actually think the US president has an equivalent to this. We have executive action, but executive action pertains only to, well, stuff under the purview of executive enforcement. The president doesn't have the ability to just hit the win button on the legislative process. That's not a thing that he can do. It has been used 60 times since the Second World War, 10 times since last year. Wow, they sure are accelerating that process, huh? 60 times in 80 years, 10 times in 1 year. Okay, well, that's probably not good for democracy, you know? Thinking about this and reflecting on it and deciding that I don't like it, actually. French President Emmanuel Macron on Thursday resorted to using special constitutional powers to push his plan to raise the retirement age to 64 from 62 through the lower house of parliament. The pensions overhaul has been met with widespread protests and strikes across France, with the issue seen as extremely contentious in the European nation of 68 million people. Oh, there are that many Frenchmen. Cool. Or I guess 50% of them would be Frenchmen. Lawmakers opposed to the reforms booed, chanted, and shouted resignation as she spoke. Prime Minister Elizabeth Bourne. Bourne? Oh, it's not spelled the same way. Okay. At one point, the session was suspended for 2 minutes as politicians sang the national anthem too loudly for her to be heard. Please tell me we have video of this.
For two reasons. The first one is that
No, that's not the video. Hold on. French Parliament, Article 63. Well, it's not 63. It's 49.3. I don't know why I thought it was 63. Do we have a video of that? What? Whatever. If somebody in chat finds it, we can look. Opposition politicians are now likely to request a vote of no confidence in the government, which they must vote by 3 p.m. Both Marine Le Pen's right-wing national rally and left-wing France Unbowed have said they will do so. Hey, you guys remember how weirdly well Le Pen did in the last French presidential election? Remember how we were talking about how neoliberalism doesn't offer the solutions to modern problems, and for that reason people will gravitate towards extreme solutions? Remember that? I remember talking about that. I haven't forgotten. We have it? Oh, yes.
La parole est à Madame la Première ministre.
Le Pen is funded by Russia, by the way. That is true. It's kind of funny how Europeans generally have a reputation for being snobbish and stuffy, and Americans have a reputation for being kind of less formal. But in our legislative system, we actually have like the most formal Congress. Like all the other European legislators, people are like shouting, throwing footballs, you know, they're beating each other up. Whereas over in America, like everyone's sitting 5 feet apart, everyone's super quiet all the time, and it's a huge deal when somebody like mildly speaks up during a proceeding, you know? They're literally wearing jeans. This guy's wearing jeans. If you wear jeans in the House of Representatives of the Senate, they just shoot you. There's a sniper on the balcony. I mean, fuck, even Fetterman had to wear a full suit, and it's Fetterman, you know? So cucked. So unbelievably cucked. The workers have also been giving free power to the poor hospitals and schools while cutting it off to rich suburbs. God damn, that is so based. That is so based. Robin Hood energy strikers give free power to French schools, hospitals, low-income homes. The French, like, tradition of protest and authoritarian opposition is so much better. Do you think it's because they were occupied by the Nazis for a while? Like, they just unequivocally lost, got occupied for a few years, and now nationally they just really, 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 really don't like the idea of... Yeah, I would imagine so. I mean, there are people in France who are old enough to remember the Nazi occupation. They'd be really old at this point, but they're still alive. They told their stories to their grandchildren and everything. What's the age of retirement in America? I don't know, because it's kind of like irrelevant to me, you know? Because of my profession. The full retirement age is 66 if you were born from 43 to 54. 67 if you were born from 55 to 60. It's 67. Okay, so our age of retirement was 5 years older than the French, and now it's 3 years old. Okay, right, great. Nice. We're pretty proud we're one of the few countries who weren't cucked and let their monarchs live. Yeah. We're never going to retire, are we? Hey, listen, you're not getting any sympathy from me. You think I get to retire? You think I'm paying into a into a social security fund? Yes? Oh, sorry, misunderstanding. I get to retire because of my incredible wealth, the billions that I've accrued. I don't get to benefit from the meager pensions Americans are afforded, though. My apologies. Sorry, there was a mix-up. You know, obviously from independent wealth, I get to retire. Of course. Obviously, of course. The revolution will not spare you. Good, I don't deserve it. Protests erupt in France over Macron's retirement age push. So, obviously, the protesting just started up again. Like, we had months of protest, and then now they're doing it again, but, like, probably they're gonna do it more. Aw, man, real? F? We're doing that again? Well, OBS hasn't frozen. Yeah, okay, OBS hasn't frozen. It's just a little internet hiccup. Yeah, there we go. Alright, okay. You guys giving me the spook over there. Yeah, OBS didn't freeze. Just a little hiccup. Just a little hiccup. Professional streamer, by the way, Lamau. That's the internet! Don't make me ban you again, Casey. Alright, anyway. Crowds gather throughout the day Friday, halting cars along Paris Ring Road and blocking university campuses. Sanitation workers extended their 12-day strike, leaving piles of foul-smelling rubbish across the capital and blockading Europe's largest incineration site. Ooh. Wow. Leaders of the influential leftist CGT Union have called on people to leave schools, factories, refineries, and other workplaces to force Macron to abandon his plan. So this pretty much guarantees, like, Macron will not win again. This is a ridiculous, he is falling on the sword so hard here. I would be astonished if he won again. The real question is, like, will it be his replacement for the neolibs, or will it be, like, left or right leadership? Unfortunately... Oh, he's already on his second term? Oh, my apologies. I didn't know that France had a term limit. I mean, not all countries do. It may well be that this, like, unpopular decision transfers over to his party as well. Obviously, it's not just Macron, you know, it's the government, and that represents, like, you know, a lot of people. I wonder if this would lead, potentially, to the support of the left or right-wing parties to the extent they actually win. Unfortunately, if you took support from Macron and kind of, like, split it apart and, like, moved it over left and right, I think Le Pen would win. How close did she get in the last French election president? Yeah, 2022. It was quite recent. Yeah, it wasn't, like, close, but it was closer than it should have been, considering the fact that Marine Le Pen is, like, a Nazi. Not a Nazi, a fascist. Is she a Nazi? She's a fascist, at least. 58.55 to 41.45. Obviously, that's a huge sweep by, like, American election standards. But who knows, man? Who knows how much more popular she could get? She lost by like 30% the time before, though. Yeah, that's the thing. It's not really that she lost here. It's more that last election she did way worse than she did here. What was the, what would have been the 2018, 2017? Love scrolling through titles like the de-Muslimification of France. Yeah, in the 2017, what was the win there? Or the lack of a win? 21.3% in the first round of the election. That was the first round. And in the second round, I don't see a percentage for the second round. Can never make it easy for me. There we go. 33.9. Oh, man. So she gained like 10%. Oh, ew. 33.9 to 41.45. That's like 8% over 5 years. Ugh. Yeah, well, we'll see how it goes, I guess. Macron has called for the French monarchy to return. Lol. What? Who does this resonate with? This is from 2017. What voter demographic in France is this resonating with? How? It's like a king shit, yeah. Like appealing to the ultra far right? Like, how? I cannot possibly imagine that the monarchist wing of France is that popular. The bourgeoisie, Vosh, he was a banker before being a politician. Of course he was a banker before being a politician. He's a neoliberal. The only economic principles he has are the enrichment of the already wealthy. Service to the bourgeoisie is the only... Okay. Emmanuel Macron says France is still reeling from the French Revolution. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Emmanuel Macron in the burkini. Hey, guys. No matter how you feel about Islam, never forget that France banning the burqa had 0% to do with the liberation of women and 100% to do with, like, Islamophobia, okay? The only reason they give a shit about that is because there are a bunch of, like, stuffy French officials who think there should be an official way to be a Frenchman, and they want, like, law to back that up. All right, well, fuck that guy. Did they ban nuns? What do you think, Koopa Show? What do you think? Asked and answered. Hey, Vosh, did you react to the video Quite posted? Why would I do that? I heard there were some accusations made against Quite, but the problem is I don't know who Quite is, or what they do, or what the accusations were. Thank you, Sunnyson. When I go to the beach, I want to see them titties bounce and not under a burkini, Vosh. Okay, may intervene? I've got a red pill for you, okay? If the titties really do be bouncing, you can tell under the burqa, okay? Real titties cannot lie. My fam hates you, but I love you. Nice. Quite refuted it, so don't worry, nothing to worry about. I don't even know who Quite is. Can you look at the We're in Hell accusations? Weren't those a little while ago? Do you all just want tea? You all want drama? Is that what you want? What about small titties? Well, obviously, small titties don't really bounce. I mean, not much, at least. He refuted it hard, dropping receipts and personal info. Oh, well. Did you see Jordan Peterson's tweet about Germany allowing women to be topless in Berlin? No. Well, first of all, women can be topless in New York, I think. Second of all, no, he fucking blocked me because he got tired of me ratioing him under every fucking tweet. And third of all, the fact that he blocked me like 1 week before he posted the Chinese torture breeding facility / milking fetish porn video is so fucking mean. I can't believe I missed out on the direct reply and quote tweet to that. I'm so mad. I'm so angry about that. Have you heard about Marianne Williamson's aides calling her a cunt? Link it, link it, link it, link it. Thoughts on Saudi Arabia and Iran coming back together? Peace in the Middle East imminent. Okay, I don't give a fuck if Saudi Arabia and Iran get along. I just hope that if they do get along, which they don't really, but like if they get along more, then that would make us stop supporting Saudi Arabia. That's what I want, okay? Listen, they're not coming together, but if they were, my primary goal from that would be to get the United States to drop support for Saudi Arabia. That's what I want. Vosh, Marianne told dying gay men that AIDS was an illusion. Okay, Skyjet. When? When did that happen? Are you referring to something that happened back in the 1980s? Literally 40 years ago? Or longer than I've been alive? Do you think if you went up to Marianne Williamson today and said, like, hey, do you think AIDS is an illusion? That she would be like, yeah, I do. What's the point? Marianne Williamson, abusive treatment 2020 campaign staff. This was last election. Why are so many people being so weird about Marianne Williamson? I've seen so many people freaking out about her on Twitter. There was that one account where the one person was like, they were like saying it was like not time to primary Joe Biden or whatever. Did you guys see that shit? It was like the ultimate white woman, or like the apex of white women. You know what I mean? Yeah, this. She punched a car, Vosh? Who hasn't? Street Fighter did.
Many Democrats. Listen, Democrats, can we please stop talking about primarying Joe Biden? Who should run against Joe Biden? Will Democrats get behind Joe Biden? This many Democrats want an alternative to Joe Biden. Can we just not? The absolute last thing democracy needs right now is a Democratic primary.
Incredible. Pitch perfect. Phenomenal. Flawless. Impossible to improve upon. Like, oh my God, man. The fact, like, the Democrat, like, liberal establishment Democrats will never understand the concept of, like, doing better than you have now. This is like the eternal intellectual deficit of liberalism. It's the idea that the system is fine as it is and disruption is always bad. Ever, under, like, all circumstances. It's insane. I want to suck all the oxygen out of her body with a vacuum. What the fuck are you talking about? This is satire, right? No. These people are so much worse than normal liberals. They're big D Democrats. Yeah. These aren't just, like, regular liberal voters. These are, like, intimately pro-establishment people. These are the kinds of people who get excited over Pete Buttigieg, you know?
We're in late-stage capitalism with a corrupt Supreme Court on a knife's edge between autocracy and democracy, and people want to spend $100 million to undermine our successful incumbent when the alternative is the twice-impeached criminal ex-president or the man who is single-handedly turning Florida into a fascist dictatorship? Why? I know people are excited for fresh young leaders with bright new ideas, but those fresh young leaders will never get a chance if we don't protect democracy now.
She's ignoring how we got to this point, which is Democrat neoliberalism. Yeah, she doesn't seem to understand that, like, the process of introducing new ideas, pushing people leftward, that is the thing that saves the Democrats. Like, the reason the Democrats are doing so poorly, it is so fucking embarrassing that if you ask a bunch of Republicans, hey, how do you feel about a higher minimum wage? How do you feel about banning trans healthcare? How do you feel about abortion? How do you feel about unions? All Republicans will vote like fucking blue dog Democrats at worst, and at most like fucking Bernie Crat progressives. And then, like, they actually go to the voting booth and they all vote for Ron DeSantis, you know? It is so embarrassing for the Democrats that, like, every position they're supposed to stand for is more popular, and yet they, like, lose in any district anywhere in the country. It's insane. And the reason for that is stuff like this, right? Like, the reason for that is because she, like, for example, how do you think Bernie Sanders, how do you think Joe Biden would have done in 2020 if Bernie Sanders hadn't shifted the entire Democratic platform left? Like, we would all still be Obama tier Democrats if it weren't for Bernie Sanders. The only ideological progress that's been made in the Democratic Party over the past decade or so has been from Bernie Sanders. That's it. Apart from that, they would still be, because all like Democrats are like they're like Ubisoft or EA, okay? They are a gigantic, bloated, bureaucratic executive body that only knows how to succeed by replicating things they've done in the past. They don't know how to innovate. They don't know how to take risks or gamble. They don't know how to, like, produce auteurs or whatever. And then the Republican Party would be like, I don't fucking know. Be like fucking Kojima or whatever, where they, like, throw weird bullshit out there. And a lot of it is actually, like, kind of bad. But it ends up developing, like, a cult fan base anyway, because they embrace auteurism and they actually allow, a relationship between the fucking, between the, between, like, the people who consume the product and the people who produce it. There's actually, like, an engagement there. Ubisoft or EA are far bigger companies than anything, like, fucking, well, Kojima doesn't work with this company anymore, but, like, listen, the point here, okay, is that she's dumb and I hate her.
The fact is, Joe Biden has gotten more accomplished in 2 years than any president in the history of presidents. In an increasingly
Why is she so
world,
quiet?
Joe Biden is a decent man with an incredible staff who knows what he's doing and has thoughtful plans for the future of this country that include women's rights and gay rights and workers' rights and voters' rights.
I don't know if they include workers' rights that much.
And higher minimum wage and lower healthcare costs and environmental protections. It could be argued that the biggest reason democracy is winning in this David and Goliath story in Ukraine is because Joe Biden had the foreign policy experience and humility to gather world leaders together and build a coalition to support them. He can run on all of that. We don't need to replace him. We need to spend our time and money giving him a bigger majority in Congress.
Do you think that she's given any pause by the fact that a huge majority of Democrats would rather vote for somebody other than Joe Biden in 2024? Like, she definitely knows that statistic. Do you think that, like that at all? Like, hey, I wonder why that is. Like, I'm going to reflect on this. What's that stat? How many Democrats want to vote for Biden in 2024? I don't remember how it was phrased exactly. Is it this? Biden 2024, most Democrats say no thank you, AP North Pole. Only 1/3 of Democrats say they want him to seek a second term, down from 52% in the weeks before last year's midterm elections. Wow, even fewer Democrats with time want him to run again. Wow, the great incumbent candidate, one where like a third of the party wants him to run again. Of course she knows, Vosh. That's why the video. Yeah, well, democracies don't work that. You can't go like, I know you want someone other than Joe Biden, but like that's just who you get. You don't understand. Like that's just who you get. Accept your literal octogenarian candidate. You fucking worm. Accept it. You don't get better things. Oh, you like how in the Republican primary they actually do have genuine upsets and how the establishment will back candidates, but even if somebody from like out of left field wins, they'll still support him. Oh, you're slightly envious of the fact that everyone was making fun of Donald Trump when he came in, but then he ended up taking over the Republican Party, and that is, if nothing else, representative of the democratic process functioning within the GOP, if not, without the GOP. Oh no, sorry, you get more Biden. More Biden, you worm. You worm. Sheesh. Look, for Democrats age 18 to 44, aka the age group that was the reason we did well in the last midterms and also the future of the Democratic Party, 23% support. Even if you're only counting Democrats ages 45 and up, it's not even 50. It's 1 point below 50%. But for people who represent the future of the party, less than a quarter. Insane.
So he can get even more accomplished. Yeah, he's old. He talks old. He's a goofy grandpa who says things like malarkey.
He's extremely old, yeah.
Who cares? By every measurable metric, he's an excellent leader. If we didn't have lying propaganda networks and self-serving chaos agents constantly trying to sell us on the idea that he's some demented evil pedophile out to ruin the country, and you just looked at the facts of his presidency on paper, there would be zero debate he was doing a bang-up job.
The thing that really bothers me is just the fact that she doesn't seem to understand the idea of being able to do better. Like, obviously Biden is far, 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 far superior to Trump and DeSantis. I've repped that point a million times, and I'll keep doing it. If he ends up being the primary leader for the Democrats in 2024, then I will go right back up again on the vote for Joe Biden train, 100%. But yeah, she's incapable of perceiving a better world. She doesn't understand that the fact that the Democratic Party is so anti-democratic internally is the reason why we have like a do-nothing, middle-of-the-road 80-year-old as our front-running candidate, you know? Like, there's a reason for this. This is a recurrent problem. There's a reason why the average age of a Democrat legislator is like 15 years higher than an average Republican legislator. It's because all Democrats are all old blood. Like, look at how much of a fuss there is every single time a Justice Dem wins. Does the GOP throw this gigantic internal fit with a bunch of articles on how disruptive the MAGA candidates who win are? Like, when somebody like MTG or Lauren Boebert or fucking any of the, like, Carrie Lake or any of the fucking lunatics who win across the country, like, when they win, are all the GOP people like, oh, no, we can't. No, like, for the most part, they recommend, like, yeah, they're powerful, and the power is what matters, and we don't do that. They do, but they get over it pretty fast. Sometimes there are some, like, rhinos and neocons who hand-wring over it, and right now there's some beefing between the MAGA crowd and the DeSantis crowd, but for the most part, the Republicans genuinely do embrace, like, change and power, as long as the change doesn't involve anything that's, like, progressive or good. Hey, listen, they will embrace change as long as the change is bad. If you promise to make America worse, then you get to be on the GOP ticket, no matter how disruptive you are, you know? And that's unironically a Democratic tendency of the GOP. How much of this is willful incompetence on the Dems' part? When I was younger, I used to believe it was malicious incompetence. I used to believe it was the Democrats being like the evil corporate controlled opposition. But the older I get, the less I think that's true. I just think this is an ideological failing of liberalism. Look at what she's doing right now. She's not a Democrat official, but she's repping that ideology. And as a product of that, she's arriving at a lot of the same conclusions. I really do think that people like Biden and Pelosi think that if you just stay the course, keep everything more or less the same, and like respect legacy institutions in the Dems, that things will move ahead. I just think they're dinosaurs. I think they're dinosaurs and they're uncreative. You don't have to be a psyop to do that.
You don't spend $100 million undermining your own party to defeat someone who's doing a bang-up job. You run your successful sitting president, and you spend the resources you would have spent on a primary building the infrastructure that will defeat your opposition. You know.
The idea of literally just, like, a party suspending primaries and just sticking with their candidate is the most anti-democratic thing I've ever heard in my life. Like, dude, why do we even need the GOP to suspend democracy if the other major party in the US just decides to stop holding primaries? For those of you who don't know, the GOP and the Democrats are not government institutions. Political parties are private. They have their own rules for how they conduct primaries. If they don't want to run a primary, they don't have to. At all. There's no law saying they have to. They can do anything they want. They can choose candidates. To an extent, they have before. Yeah, super delegates.
No, the party who wants to take your vote and force you to have a baby and tell you what you can read and what you can teach and what you can know. The people passing laws to tell people how to dress and how to act and what they can do with their own bodies. The party calling for a national divorce and suggesting that maybe Democrats shouldn't get to vote at all. The party that wants to get rid of everything from Social Security to public schools, who have already passed laws to strip women of their rights and make trans people detransition.
We know the Dems are better than the GOP, but this hurts the Dems.
And force private companies to toe their policy line. You don't give those people the gift of fighting amongst yourselves. You spend...
No, you do. That's how democracy works. That's the point. That's the entire...
your time and money working to put down that fascist, authoritarian, white Christian nationalist uprising taking over half the country. Joe Biden is better than any alternative the Republicans could put up. So if you want to win, how you feel about him is irrelevant. We don't need a new presidential candidate in 2024. We need to keep the Senate and flip the House. We need to fill the states with AGs who believe in the rule of law and legislators who believe in democracy. We need to pay attention to our school boards. Our current president is successful and he can win.
The most you can ever get from this attitude is a country where literally nothing ever gets done because all of our institutions keep wavering between 51 to 49%, like majorities on both sides, and nothing ever changes. Like, this is like the apex of the like do nothing institutional bias that liberals represent, where you don't actually try to like change or respond to the will of the people or even listen to your voters. Where the GOP listens to their voters. I would say the GOP listens to their voters a little bit too much, to be honest with you. The Democrats have no interest in listening to their nothing. Nothing that Joe Biden has done is in any way influenced by what Democrat voters want. Literally nothing. He had a plan going in, and that's it. The party and him as an individual are both locked in. The only people who are even remotely receptive to what other people want are like Justice Dems and a couple of like particularly good candidates and politicians. But not, yeah.
We need to pick our battles right now. And a Democratic primary, it just isn't one of them. Sorry, not sorry.
To be fair, a lot of people were dunking on this video. I'm not exactly the only person. 4.8 million views. Yeah, Jesus. Yeah, a lot of people were. Oh, she's in the comments. Oh, this is her post. Oh, when I saw this video initially, it was reposted. Oh man. Oh god, it's rough out here for her. I don't think she's a bad person or anything. I just think liberal brain rot is dangerous, you know? Yeah, she's fighting down there in the trenches. Hey Vosh, I just wanted to say you're almost underselling the fascistic state of the GOP and Trump. I've been reading Robert Paxton's books on fascism, and oh my god, it's so one-to-one. Mikhail Demkir, nobody calls the GOP fascist more than I do. Literally, I have the world record. Check Guinness, okay? Nobody on Earth. Check Ripley's Believe It or Not, all right? There's no human on Earth that's called the GOP fascist more than I have. But you need to maintain like a political force in the Democrats that are good. There's a reason why the Democrats represent policies that are overwhelmingly popular. The Republicans represent policies that are overwhelmingly unpopular, and yet there's still a toss-up every election, you know? Like, there's a reason for that, and it's because of the way Democrats function. Somebody linked this and said she's usually more based. I don't know who this is, so I don't... Yeah, okay, so I'll watch this too, so we can get, like, a fair...
Just gonna lose. You know, the entire world said the Ukrainians were just gonna lose. That it was inevitable. That Russia was just too strong, too big, too powerful. Well, that was bullshit. The Ukrainians cared more. They fought back. They were told to surrender and they said, hey, Russian warship, go fuck yourself.
I don't know if I can handle this, guys. I don't know if I can handle neoliberalism.
And that is what those of us who love democracy have to say. That's the energy we have to...
Oh, is it loud now? Sorry, I turned up the volume like way higher because the last one was so quiet.
...embrace. Hey, Republican Party, go fuck yourselves. You think you can cheat and steal and lie and win?
I can't. I'm sorry, I can't do this. This is literally like... This is literally the equivalent of somebody like photoshopping together that last fight in Endgame, where except like Captain America is Biden and like Thor is, I don't know, Delaney, and then you see Thanos and he's got like the silly Trump face. Like, yeah, I can't do it. Yeah, can't do it. She's saying shut up and enjoy your liches. Meanwhile, Dems blacklist all progressives from election campaign funds. Yeah, people don't really understand how bad it is out there. I don't think in the Dems will like actively fuck you over if you're not an establishment candidate. I give quite a bit. Oh yeah, I remember this in 2020. Scoop, AOC withholding $250,000 in dues from the Democratic Party in protest and building her own grassroots fundraising for progressives instead, based I give quite a bit to fellow Dems. We've fundraised over 300K for others, with over 50% going to swing seats. DCCC made it clear they will blacklist any org that helps progressive candidates like me. I can choose not to fund that kind of exclusion. Yeah, like, because the Dems are basically like a corporation, like the actual Democratic Party is basically just a private corporation. There's a ton of internal bias on this in this front, and you know they like are very selective in which candidates they support. It's a very undemocratic process. What is this? As the 2024 race takes shape, President Biden is following a strategy of asymmetrical warfare. DeSantis and Trump are igniting culture war firefights. Biden is focusing on economic benefits for working families. This isn't going to work. Okay, guys, I've said this before and I'll say it again, okay? This is very important for lefties to understand, okay? Whether or not you help working families, the proletariat, is irrelevant because people are retards. They have no idea what's going on, okay? If people are suddenly making more money, they could as much attribute it to like government policy as to a gust of wind, okay? There's people don't know. They don't understand. The economics is complicated. It's so complicated that economists don't even know what's going on, all right? What matters is messaging, not the actual shit you do. Look at Trump. Trump didn't do anything with his presidency, and yet, like, people very distinctly remember what he stood for. Nobody thinks of Joe Biden and thinks, oh yeah, he's the working man's president, because of course he's not. And obviously there was a very public rail strike breakage that happened like right before a series of high-profile train derailments. Thanks. But like president, like if like the thing that matters here is the messaging. He needs to get up there on stage and construct narratives that people can follow along with. It doesn't matter. Like okay, sorry. Biden is betting that the non-college educated workers, especially those who are white, who constitute the principal audience for the Republican cultural offensive, will prove less receptive to those divisive messages if they feel more economically secure. Only if the narrative is constructed. If you build out a message, and the message is, look at the GOP candidates, man. All they're doing is screaming, trans people, ban the bathrooms, ban the books. What are they doing for you? Here are policies I've passed. Look at how disgusting this misplaced interest from the GOP is. They're not doing anything for you. They don't like you. They don't care about... Like, if you're charismatic enough, you can sell a good story. And the story is what matters. Because people don't follow policies on their own. The average person doesn't follow policy. Certainly not economic policy. Economic policy is really complicated, okay? You need to be able to give them a narrative to follow. In Biden's inner circle, the dominant view is the best way to respond. Also, you can't ignore the culture war. You have to make fun of the culture war. I don't want Joe Biden to go out there and say, yeah, we're pro-trans and we're like advocates for trans people and like the GOP is transphobic and stuff. Because if they do that, like that messaging doesn't sell super well because it makes them just one equal opposite side to the GOP on the culture war. Instead, he should laugh them off. He should be like, oh yeah, you know, like I don't spend 13 hours a day thinking about trans people like the GOP. I guess that's what they do instead of making policy. But yeah, no, let's focus on stuff that'll help you whether you're trans or cis. Or don't use the word cis, of course, because nobody knows what that means. But you know what I mean, whether you're trans or not. Make fun of them, like tear into them for the shit they're doing, but don't take the opposite side as though it's a debate. It's not a debate. Don't engage in debate on whether or not what is a woman. Don't denigrate the messaging by like pretending that their bad faith cries for attention are worthy of some kind of civil discourse. Tear into them for the horrible shit they're doing and then like move on to constructing a better narrative. That's the winning ticket. I'd bet it on anything. I'd bet it on anything. I would go to any like DC Dem strategist in the world and yell at them until they embrace this, and I would feel confident that I made the world a better place. Yeah, well, hopefully. Cool. Nice segment. Bagging one out. Let's clear these links, huh? Star Wars declared worse and woker than ever. True. After confirmation of intimacy coordinator hired for the Acolyte. What? The upcoming Star Wars series, The Acolyte, helmed by former Harvey Weinstein assistant Leslie Headland, has an intimacy coordinator as part of its production. Okay. Aren't intimacy coordinators like a really common standard thing to have in most Hollywood productions? Breaking Point's cringe? Where? Never heard of it? What the fuck is that? Okay, when people are directed to have sex on film, obviously it's not real sex, they're sex scenes or anything intimate. You normally need somebody who's kind of specialized in everything associated with the comfort of the people involved, right? Like I'm sure you all can imagine a lot of bad stuff happening in a scenario where there are like 50 people on set. Like you have the actors, the director, all the stagehand, all the people in the back. And then it's like, okay, here's the scene where you're both basically naked and you like touch up against each other and you're like bellies touch and like you're kissing and it's like, yeah, do all this on camera. Also, it's your job. Also, everyone's watching you. Also, like, you know, maybe your actor the person who's right with you is being a bit weird or like they're touching their hands moving down further and you're coming. And it's like, okay, intimacy coordinator, all right? And their job is basically to go there and spritz a water bottle on you if one of the actors gets a boner. So that way it's like not weird. Intimacy coordinators improve the sex scenes as well. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's their job. That's the whole, yeah. So how's this woke? Sarah puts associates, which describes herself to use. If you're unfamiliar with intimacy coordinators, SAG-AFTRA notes the position is an advocate, a liaison between actors and production, a movement coach and or choreographer in regards to nudity and simulated sex and other intimate and hyper-exposed scenes. The union specifically details intimacy coordinator. Yeah, okay, so like, how is this woke? Vosh, in 50 Shades of Grey, the first movie had an intimacy coordinator, but the following didn't, and the actors in the following movies were getting drunk to get through the production. I heard about that. I heard about that from the Folding Ideas video. Yeah, in the first one, they had, like, a good work standards, but they basically, like, they dropped that for the future ones, and the actress was just, like, slamming back a couple of shots before doing it, so she was more, like, relaxed. Which is, by the way, not good workplace standard, if you can imagine it. Like, if you can fathom... So how is this woke? What's happening? She elaborated, listen, I relate to male characters all the time, like I root for Mando, like I root for Luke. I like deeply, deeply. Well, not sure how much I care about Han Solo anymore. What? Han Solo is the best character from the original trilogy. When I was little, I really liked him. When I watch him now, I'm kind of like, gosh, a lot of my psyche makes sense now. Okay. Don't project your daddy issues onto Han Solo. He's great. All joking aside, okay, she's joking. I can't tell the tone. I think that an inclusive space means an inclusive space. But at the same time, I think that just because someone has a female protagonist. So wait, where's the woke accusation? What's happening? Oh, it's a black woman with an undercut. Is that why? Is it still an undercut when the cut goes all the way up to here? Or is the undercut only like the side? Is this still an undercut? She's hot though? Well, yeah. When does the article get to the accusation that things are woke? It doesn't? Then how is it woke? Woke is mentioned in the title. In response to this revelation, YouTuber Open Airlock Policy declared, surprise, Star Wars is not saved. Star Wars is worse and woker than ever. Okay. Is that this? Yeah, it is this. 2.27k subscribers? Do we really gonna signal boost a tiny YouTube channel like that? Like, really? 3 minutes? 655 views. By watching this right now, we're literally 10 times as many people are live on this stream than the number of views. Sure, whatever. We're in this far. Okay, sure. What is it? What's the accusation? Just tell me. Just what is it? Okay.
Disney Lucasfilm plans on making sex scenes, and not just sex scenes, but woke sex scenes.
Okay, never mind. This is good to watch. I hate it when I'm having sex with a fellow progressive and they make this exact O face. Really fucked up. I hate that every time.
This tip comes from friend of the channel OG Star Wars. The newer Twitter account Star Wars Covered Geekly reported earlier today that the production team for The Acolyte will include something called a lead intimacy coordinator. They link to agency Sarah Putt Associates.
Wait, I don't think this person actually knows what an intimacy coordinator is.
Represents one Adelaide Waldrop. Her listing shows the 8-episode series The Acolyte. The Acolyte, of course, has been in the works for 3 years, headed up by Leslie Headland, former assistant to the shamed and convicted Hollywood mogul Harvey Weinstein, who will serve 39 years in prison.
The only reason I didn't bring that up is because I'm pretty sure a lot of people worked for Harvey Weinstein. Like, that's the whole point, right? Like, the main way he abused people was that he was incredibly powerful and had a lot of women who were, like, dependent on him in the industry. There's actually a decent chance that he sexually abused her, which, like, that's why I didn't really talk about it. I don't know, but she wasn't a fucking accomplice. Like, I don't think Harvey Weinstein... yeah, okay, just, like, yeah.
Served 39 years in prison for sexual assault. We exposed some of the agenda of Leslie Headland almost a year ago on stream. The other shows Adelaide has worked on are so different from Star Wars that it is astounding that this silly role is even needed on set. Adelaide is co-secretary...
What? Okay, I get what's happening here. The problem is, if you're an intimacy coordinator, you kind of necessarily have to be, like, anti-rape. It would be pretty difficult to be an intimacy coordinator if your attitude towards the Me Too movement was like, bro, whatever, stupid bitch. Like, that'd be really tough to kind of, you know, leverage that into an intimacy coordinator position. So, by the standard of these people's very, like, crumbly, dry brains, this, I guess, would kind of necessarily be like a woke role, you know?
Bectu intimacy coordinators. What is this intimacy coordination shit? Let's look at Bectu's website. Look at this insanity. No performance of simulated sex or full nudity in an audition. In other words, no casting couches. Mental health.
Yeah? We probably shouldn't. Yeah? Well, why would this guy bring up Harvey Weinstein in, like, a negative context if this guy agrees with Harvey Weinstein? Look at this. You're not even allowed to hire women based on how good they get naked in front of you.
Resources, nudity writer, triggering language, a BDSM fetish consultant to ensure that community is portrayed accurately? Look at the sickos chiming in on Twitter with their disgusting takes. This weirdo says, let us pray they don't do a Rings of Power where there was an intimacy coordinator, but they didn't really use...
Is this an AI voice? They're not modulating their tone. This sounds like a stock AI voice, doesn't it?
Use it. Jarbo saying sex in Star Wars with the Mandalorian...
I feel like I've heard this voice before. Dude, he just has autism? Well, that's no excuse.
This is the way gif. New Star Wars with black female lead has sex in it. It better be gay.
Maybe AI art is real. What the fuck?
Pink Milk took it this far.
OMG, I love this. The homophobes are going to feast and squirm in their basic houses. Andor brought us sex in Star Wars. Now Acolyte brings us gay sex.
That's not a very good gay lispy voice. Is that meant to be like a gay voice? I could do a way better gay voice than that guy, and I'm more masked than he is. For sure. Like, come on. The homophobes are going to feast and squirm in their basic houses and are brought us sex in Star Wars. Now Acolyte brings us gay sex. Like, come on, like, put a little effort into it. Come on.
This all ties into why Disney Lucasfilm allows grooming drag panels at
We hired someone to help. Like, the funny thing is that the intimacy coordinator's job is almost literally to prevent people from being groomed. So the idea, like, I know we keep running back into the same problem, but it is very funny how basically every Republican talking point is like, I am firmly opposed to all the grooming these drag queens are doing. It gets in the way of all the rape I want to do. Like literally, like every time. Well, they don't understand the concept of consent. This is what I mean when I say like consent. The idea of like perceiving consent is political. You know what I mean? Like the guy from Playing with Fire didn't get that when I said that, but like conservatives are literally like brain groomed into not understanding the concept of sexual consent. You know, I mean, that's the best case scenario. The worst case is that they know what it means and they actively ignore it. But, you know, there's probably a lot of that too. Also, movies that don't have intimacy coordinators almost always have sexual abuse, like Last Tango in Paris and The Warmest Color is Blue. Yeah, in that one, what's the one movie where the girl uncrosses and recrosses her legs and you can see her pussy on screen? That, was it Sandra Bullock? I don't remember. I don't even know if I ever saw the movie. But I do know, Basic Instinct, I do know she was lied to. She wanted to wear underwear for the scene, and the director or something was like, "Oh yeah, the underwear is interfering with the camera shot. You have to take it off. But don't worry, your vulva won't show in the thing." And then they did the thing. They're like, "Teehee," and they took the video of her like bare pussy and just put it in a movie that like millions of people have seen, which you might think is like kind of bad if you think about it for a second. Like, literally, yeah, slightly bad maybe. She lost custody of her child because of that scene. It was Sandra Bullock, right? Was it someone else? No, Sandra Bullock is brunette, not blonde. I don't know. Sharon Stone. I just knew it started with an S. No Way for Real? Yeah. I mean, I think she's still, like, relatively respected today. Like, I don't think she, like, fell off and no one hears about her anymore. But, like, literally, it's a whole, yeah. That's evil shit. It is evil shit. Yeah, in Hollywood, like, there's a lot of evil. But, like, the funny thing is, this guy probably thinks that Hollywood is full of, like, grooming and sexual abuse and pedophilia, but he's literally advocating for the removal of one of the few positions that prevent it. Why the fuck would she lose custody over that? Probably because it was cited as, like, evidence of her being a whore or whatever, even though she didn't, like, choose it. Breakthrough here. There's got to be a section on it. Like, there's no way there isn't. No? Is it one of the things I already looked through? Personal life? Control F custody? Well, I wanted to, like, confirm that it was not a consensual... At 14, her neck was badly injured while breaking a horse when the animal bucked as it charged towards a washing line. Oh, well, that's not good. Jesus. Neck broken. Hey, don't always come back from those. Public image. Is there... I feel like this should be a big section. I'm kind of surprised there's not a big section talking about it. Like, Linky here. It's just a big deal. You know? Sharon Stone recalls being misled about nudity in Basic Instinct scene. She was told we can't see anything in the infamous sequence. She very recently revealed it. Sharon Stone said she lost custody of her child because of her famous scene in Basic Instinct. Man, that is so fucking sad. I lost custody of my child, she said, when the judge asked my child, my tiny little tiny boy, do you know your mother makes sex movies? Like this kind of abuse by the system, this kind of abuse that I was considered what kind of parent I was because I made that movie. What a piece of shit judge. Dude, stuff like this happens to women like all the time. This is why when you hear male conservatives go like, dude, things are like basically even between men and women. Like they don't know because it's almost always guys saying that. But like the problem is like if you it's kind of like being black and like 99% of black people, if you told them like, yeah, man, like racism doesn't happen that much, would laugh in your face. And like most women, like, yeah, dude, they like all have a story, you know? Um 90s was a rough time. This was in 2004. It wasn't even the 90s. I got nominated for a Golden Globe for that part. When I went to the Golden Globes and they called my name, a bunch of people in the room laughed. She said, I was so humiliated. And I was like, does anyone have any idea how hard it was to play that part and to try to carry this complex movie that was really breaking all boundaries? I have heard Basic Instinct was a good movie. I haven't seen it. Basic Instinct was 90s, though. When did the movie come out? Basic Instinct. 1992, which means that she lost custody of her child 12 years after the movie was made. That means the child wasn't even alive back when the movie was made. She lost custody because years before the birth of that child, a director told her that her vulva wouldn't show and kind of like compelled her to take her panties off in a shot. And the child was adopted? Jesus Christ.
Celebration. Official Star Wars celebration. Sorry, that's shillabration. Surprise, Star Wars.
I don't understand how that would cause someone to lose their kid. Because a lot of men hate women. They hate women because women are beautiful, and men resent the fact that beautiful women exist without being sexually subservient to them. And as a product of that, a lot of men will take out on women with any possible excuse, anything they can tie to like her perceived sex history, real or imagined, anything regarding her lasciviousness or sexuality or sensuality, anything they can tie to her, because they consider them like taunts. Beautiful women, to many men, like the existence of a beautiful woman is like a permanent taunt. You can't have this. That's all they're capable of perceiving women as. They don't think of women as people. They think of women as like items or totems of interest that just aren't reciprocating that interest. They're non-reflective surfaces. They do not reflect that attention. And for that reason, they hate them. And they'll take it out on them when they get the chance. And that's why, like, right now, Republicans are trying to ban contraception and force, like, women back into, like, forced domestic servitude where abortion is illegal and contraception is unavailable. And, like, women just stay at home and be sexually subservient to their men. Like, that, like, there are political ideologies with constituents in the millions that are dedicated to this principle. I wouldn't even say millions, I would say billions, because at the heart of conservatism is this claim. Male sexual insecurity is like one of the instincts of the fascist, or even of the conservative, not even just of the fascist. And keep in mind, like, not even to speak of the West, all right? Do you have any idea how bad this stuff gets in like India, or in wide swaths of Africa, or in like rural China? Or like there are so many parts of the world where like you go over there, it's like the situation there is way the fuck worse. Trad wives enable it to an extent. First of all, there's nothing wrong with a woman wanting to be like a domestic servant, I guess, if they want. Like if it's a kink thing or just their lifestyle preference, that's fine. But likewise, for a lot of women, it's a defense mechanism. Like, this is one of the reasons why women end up being like reciprocal advocates for their own suppression. We call it pick me, but to an extent, there is like a legitimate air of self-defense there, right? Because if you live in a world where women who aren't like tradwives or whatever are like horribly shamed and mistreated or whatever, like obviously you're going to develop values that like sort of put you in that role. The natural consequence of that environment.
is not saved. Star Wars is worse and woker than ever. KK, Jon Favreau, Dave Filoni, and all the rest of them don't care about real Star Wars fans. They cater to the percentage of a percentage and have thus run real fans off. Pros and bases who hold out.
Wait, who? The Mandalorian ran real fans off? Isn't The Mandalorian and Andor both like really popular?
The rest of them don't care about. Star Wars is worse and woker than ever. KK, Jon Favreau, Dave Filoni, and all the rest of them don't care about real Star Wars fans.
I'm pretty sure their products are doing incredibly well right now.
They cater to the percentage of a percentage and have thus run real fans off. Pros and bases who hold out hope for good Star Wars are living in denial. Disney Star Wars is dead. Support real Star Wars, which is pre-2014.
Okay. This still does almost feel like AI satire to me, and I don't know. I can't tell if that image is supposed to be racist or not. Yeah, I was wondering too. Because, like, obviously this guy is racist. So, like, is this a race? I can't tell. He said pros and banjos, right? I don't know what that means. Is it a dog whistle? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know. Oh my god, he likes the prequels. Oh, you know for a fucking fact that this guy's like tearing up whenever he hears Jar Jar Binks speaking on Coruscant to like the Senate or whatever. Like you know this guy's like weeping into his limited edition like Yoda onesie. I hate that I can't do a Jar Jar impression without being accused of minstrelsy, because Jar Jar's voice is basically just what white guys 120 years ago thought black voices were. And I respect the fuck out of George Lucas for that one, man. I respect him so much. He was like, we're going to have a comedy sidekick character, okay? What voice are we going to give them? Like, Roll's gigantic wheel, settle in big flashing letters, like the tiniest sliver of the wheel, like the most racist voice ever. And they're just like, yeah, okay. Like, can you imagine if they, because it's like a stereotype of minstrelsy. Can you imagine if Jar Jar Binks had like exaggerated Asian accent, you know? Misa Jar Jar, like that or some shit, and the people are, but then it got normalized, and people are like running around doing like, you know, wise Chinese ancient sim, and then like they're talking like that, and people are like, oh, nice Jar Jar voice, you know, like people are like running around doing the fucking eye thing or whatever, like screaming like incredibly like xenophobic shit, and people are like, damn, nice Jar Jar impression. Nice Jar Jar eyes. And Jar Jar doesn't even have narrow eyes. They just do the thing, and people are like, nice Jar Jar eyes. The Trade Federation? Dude, wait, fuck, you're right. The Trade Federation literally talked like that. They, now there are two of them. They literally did. It's like, are rolling the dice. I respect it so fucking much, dude. It's so fucking good. It's so fucking funny, dude. Do you think he knew? I'd like to believe that George Lucas has been entirely in his own head since like the late 80s, and just he has no idea. So like he just goes up to a bunch of art guys who are like painstakingly working on clay models of these aliens, and they're like, "Hey, Mr. Lucas, do you have any ideas for the voice?" And he's like, it starts right. Do you have any ideas for the voice of this floppy-eared character with the large snout? And he's like already mid applying shoe polish onto his face. He's already got like black gloves on with white palms, and he's getting ready for the whole bit, like a 4-minute minstrel show with a cane and like a top hat. Oh man. Did you forget how insanely racist Temple of Doom was? Lucas has always been on that grind. Yeah, but to be fair, I don't think people in the 80s had like an idea of what racism was against like indigenous Latin American people, you know? I feel like back in the 80s, most people kind of understood what being racist against Asian or black people was. But I think if you showed them like guy in loincloth eating heart in Mayan temple or whatever the fuck it was. I haven't seen Temple of Doom in ages. They'd be like, yeah, that's like, yeah, people were just crazy back then, you know? They'd be, you just show them like someone doing a rain dance and then like bathing in blood on an altar, and they'd be like, oh yeah, well, you know, I mean, Temple of Doom was in India? Oh man, I'm sorry. It really has been a while. My bad. Oh, that's right. It wasn't just like indigenous people. They had that dinner scene where they ate like monkey brains out of the monkey head and the girl passed out. I remember that. That was incredibly racist. That was like super racist. That was in India? Wasn't that architecture like Mesoamerican? Am I like totally off? I think I felt like I remembered the stuff in Temple of Doom being Mesoamerican. You're off? Okay. No, all right. It's like I haven't watched it in like a decade, you know. It's not the best movie. You're thinking of the intro to Raider of the Lost Ark. I must be. I must be thinking of when he swaps out in the boulder, like the scene everyone knows, but yeah. The Crystal Skull. Well, I haven't seen that one in a while either. The worst Indiana Jones? No, the worst Indiana Jones has to be the Crystal Skull. It's not Temple of Doom. I will never forgive the Crystal Skull for both sidesing the Nazis. I will never like forgive them for that, you know? Or sorry, not the Nazis. It was like the Soviets. I think, man, I'm trying to remember. Okay, the thing was, like, in the first three, well, mostly the first and the third Indiana Jones movies, they were set in the 30s, and the Nazis were the bad guys. That's a great setting. I like that, by the way. Nazis being the bad guys, that's good stuff. I'm super here for that. And then, because he's older, in Crystal Skull, like, the Nazis aren't around anymore, it'd be the Soviets. And guys, I know a lot of people are going to be mad at me, but I have literally no problems with, like, an over-the-top Indiana Jones film where the bad guys are like now the Soviets. And like instead of doing the Nazis, I hate these guys lines, it's like, commies, I hate these guys. Indiana Jones is meant to be like comic book pulpy fun. It was literally made to be that. Like all that shit is straight out of like 1940s serialized comics of like the dashing adventure, like, you know, with one punch he knocks out like Captain Nazi and takes the gold or what, like yeah, okay, so it's like meant to be pulpy. Like, yeah, have the head of like the enemy group be that like Soviet lady with the bangs. That's fine, you know. But then for some reason, what, like Indiana Jones's buddy keeps like making anti-capitalist jokes, but like in a stupid way. Not like America's bad too, but in more of like a we have to both sides this to kind of like introduce moral complexity that's not actually here in this context. You know what I mean? I don't know. He was a Soviet spy, wasn't he? Yeah, but he kept like making like weird. There were weird comments, man. It was weird. He should have gotten Stalin's autograph too. And he should have gotten Stalin's autograph. Though I think that might have happened after the death of Stalin, I think. I don't remember any of that. Time for a rewatch, I think. Okay, I'm going to end this topic, but I'll say like one thing, okay? Here's what I think would have been really fucking good in Crystal Skull, okay? In my opinion, all right? So, obviously, the US versus the Nazis in like the 30s and World War II, that's a pretty one-sided dealio. Nazis are worse. I still think the Soviet Union, in a lot of ways, was worse than America during Cold War, but I also think America was worse than the Soviet Union in a lot of ways. So let's just give it a toss-up there, okay? Let's just say they're both capitalist. Fuck it. I think it would have been way better if in Crystal Skull, he spent the entire time fighting against the Soviets, and then at around the end of the second arc, he wins. He gets the Crystal Skull, and he brings it back to the Americans at their request. And the CIA makes it really clear immediately that they're as bad as the Soviet bitch. Like, I don't know how you do it exactly. Maybe he's also corrupted by the allure of the alien artifact, or maybe like he hands over the crystal skull and he's like, hey, we're gonna kill so many Vietnamese or whatever. Like, I don't know. And then like Indiana Jones is like, okay. And then when he's like, well, you're not gonna use that for anything bad. That belongs in a museum. He gets arrested. And the third arc is him breaking out, and then he flees to the City of Gold. And there's a final confrontation where both American and Soviet forces are sent down on him to reclaim the crystal skull that he's trying to use. And that's when the end bit happens with the UFOs, where like he brings back and like both sides are unhappy. And then like you can have like an after scene where like the head of the CIA guy is arrested because he was like being crazy, and the Soviet lady was being crazy, and and he gets to go back to being a professor. Right? I think that, for me, like basic plot structure, I think that would have been pretty nice, personally. I think that would have been a lot better than what they did. The UFO bit was also cringe. A lot of stuff could be fixed. I just think that like that would have been a better way of introducing like moral complexity of the Soviets versus America being different from the Nazis versus America. But I think that would have been smarter because it would have still been pulpy. You know what I mean? Like that would have been, because there's nothing pulpy about your like twist reveal character making weird anti-capitalist jokes that end up not going anywhere. That's not pulpy. That's like just weird. That's just stupid. Pulpy would be the CIA going, hey, finally the power, and then you're like, oh, okay, great, and then that would be great. Also, seeing Indiana Jones trying to break out of like a CIA detention facility without killing anyone, that would be really cool, don't you think? Like, what if some of the guards there are like nerding out over him because they all know that he's like a really cool dude, like he's an American adventurer and kind of a hero. So like one of his like cell guards is like, oh, can you tell me about the time at like, yeah, the you know, like he's like, tell me the events of the first movie. Is it true you met Hitler and you got his autograph? And he's like, yeah, here, I got it on me. Actually, I'll show you. You know, come on, come on. I think it could have been really nice. It also would have been a good way to make his support character like more useful, because he wouldn't have been arrested, because he wouldn't have been on the CIA's payroll, so he could have helped like break him out. Have you seen my Hitler autograph? Dude, if I had an autograph from Hitler, I'd keep that shit close to my chest. I'm retarded. What does pulpy mean in this context? I don't know if I have like a full... I think when I mean pulpy, what I mean is like, I'm kind of remembering comic books in the 30s and 40s. I'm thinking like totally sincere. There's no irony at all. So pulp can't have like... For me, if pulp is ironic, it loses the pulp. The point of pulp is that it's kind of like adorably, sincerely dumb, but in a way that's very fun and action-packed. Basically, it's like the language of comic book, like Biff Bam Pow, Adam West Batman. Like, maybe it can't not have irony, but it's more like there has to be an overriding sincerity that completes everything. You can't walk away from something pulpy feeling anything other than like Biff Bam Pow, wow, that was cool. And I like pulpy stuff if it's done well. Oftentimes it is not, but yeah, it's about embracing tropes. Yeah, you embrace tropes. You don't like avoid tropes. You embrace them wholeheartedly, because there's a reason why those tropes exist, right? Like the idea is, yeah, like campy to an extent, but like in a good way if it's done well. Yeah. Okay, sorry about that. Just my little ramble, but I hope some of you agree with my points. Yeah, pulp is this. It's Captain America punching Hitler on the cover of the 1941 Captain America comic. Like, this is pulpy right here. It's incredibly dumb, but it's also great. Like, the room is full of Nazis. All of them are shooting, and the only bullet that hits him deflects off his shield, even though there's a guy with a Tommy gun right here firing at his head. It's just not doing anything. He's just punching Hitler. It's a normal-looking punch, like, in terms of how far back Hitler's flying, even though Captain America can punch through a tank. Well, not really a tank, but you know what I mean. It's just silly. It's just like, yeah, you know? Yeah. Like Star Wars is pulpy? Okay, yeah. Yeah, pulpy Star Wars is like Han Solo navigating through the asteroid field, and C-3PO trying to tell him the odds, and he's like, "Never tell me the odds. We got the thing up. Punch it." But you like, Pulpy is C-3PO trying to explain the physics equation of why what he's about to do isn't going to work, and then Han Solo hitting a button and it works because he's just like, because of bravado. Pulp is all about like defying the odds. It's not about realism. It's about like larger than life, like superheroism or adventurism, I guess. I don't know. What's wrong with Bucky's face? I don't fucking know. He looks terrifying. I know Quentin Tarantino made Pulp Fiction, but aren't all of his other movies super pulpy? Yes. Quentin Tarantino is probably the pulpiest director. I can't think of one pulpier. He literally had a movie named after it. He's very pulpy. Like, yeah, it's his whole thing. Yeah, it's all of his movies basically. What does pulp mean? We already went over that. All right. Pulp equals soy. Okay, yeah, go with that. All right, close. Close. I wonder if I could get away with one more short autistic ramble before we get to the next thing. Actually, before we get to the next thing, let me make sure that it exists. I heard Matt Walsh did a political compass. Oh, this is from 2 years ago. I thought this was more recent. Well, we should go over it anyway. 2 years old? I mean, yeah, sure.
Okay.
I saw somebody memeing about it on Twitter, so I thought it was a new thing, but I mean, probably still pretty revealing. Do you think there's a difference between pulp and books and pulp and movie? Okay, so for a very modern example of what I would consider to be pulp, I would say that the opening of Puss in Boots 2, Death Wish or Last Wish, sorry, would be like a great example of pulp. In like the governor's mansion with the singing and the fight with the giant. I think that would be like uh a really good like modern example of pulp. Spoilers? That's not spoilers. You gonna play RE4 next week? Maybe. Most old noir films too, I guess, are pulpy. Yes, yes. Noir is like an incredibly pulpy genre. It's literally like the genre, like you can't actually have a noir movie unless there's like a guy chain smoking and drinking in a dark office while it's raining outside, and then a girl comes in and she starts talking, and then the guy starts narrating about how dames always bring trouble in the town, but trouble is my middle name. Like it's literally like it's a genre hallmark. But the embrace of tropes is part of the point. Like the idea is, okay, we're not being cynical. We're not trying to run away from these stereotypes. We embrace them. Now, how do we make it good while doing that? Because a lot of people think that you're cool just for avoiding tropes. No, you're not. Not at all. Doing a trope or avoiding a trope, these are both value neutral things. People try to be innovative, but you can be innovative in ways that like thread together familiar scenes and actions and themes. And that can be really good, you know? Yeah, tropes and cliches aren't the same thing. A cliche is tiring, but even a cliche can be fun if done well. Like these dames bring trouble. That is a cliche, but you know, there's like a self-awareness to it that I think makes it kind of pleasant. Yeah, deconstructing and reconstructing. Yeah, the Happy Time Murders are pull. I don't know. I haven't seen that. Any dames in chat? Yeah, yeah, exactly. I'll save the autism for after the Matt Walsh bit. Oh wait, we have to do the Lil Nas X thing. I have that in the title. Oh man. BuzzFeed articles are just so... I was about to say intellectually vacuous, like a fucking anime cunt. Man, when I am tired, I turn into like the worst, least likable character from every anime. When I'm sleep deprived and I'm like in the drive-through window for fucking Krispy Kreme or whatever, I can rattle out my order to the little voice box and I can hear a pause and like the person there and will go like, what was that last one? And in my mind, I'll be thinking like, I'll immediately start sounding like Von Karma from fucking Ace Attorney or something. I'll be like, oh, these feeble-minded simpletons. I can't believe I was cursed to share this planet with such weak-minded fool. And like, I was like my fucking. It's whenever I'm tired, I'm just so fucking cranky over stupid. Because like. Listen, everyone has license to act and think that way as long as you understand that other people are doing it to you and you deserve it just as much, if not more. You know what I mean? Like, the ideal conversation between two cranky people is one in which neither of them is fully getting what the other one is saying, and every statement is punctuated with a 15-second pause while both people think about how much the other person is stupid before they, like, sneer out the next response for them both to react to. You should talk to a sleep specialist, Lamau. You never seem to get any real sleep. I'd like to think it makes me gayer. Does getting sleep deprivation makes me gayer, right? That's like a gay trait, right? Like suck dick, don't sleep. That's a gay thing. Incredibly true. Okay, then I'm just trying to be gayer. Trying to manifest more dicks in my life. Insomnia is super unhealthy. That's true. It does kill you. It can lead to an early death, thus killing you. What's up with that bird of paradise in the background? Is that a lamp? That is Lego. I made it. We used to have a bird of paradise plant in my front yard when I was growing up. Not anymore, unfortunately. Oh, nice, Zan. I hope you enjoy it. Can we have baby time? Everyone in the house is sleeping right now. Other people in this house have worse sleep schedules than I do. Though they get more sleep than I do, too. Lego plants Lamau. They're cool. I think they're cool. They're modular. You can, like, shuffle them around and stuff. Assembling them is fun. A lot of the fun of Lego sets is assembling them, but a lot of it is also, like, nowadays, they're, like, really modular. And it's just kind of satisfying seeing, like, small parts being built up like that. Have you considered Valium? All right, moving on. What was that? Oh, I finished cleaning my guns the other day, by the way. Okay, this last thing I'll say, then we're moving on to Lil Nas X. So I fired at an outdoor range, by which I mean, like, the middle of the forest where no one could find anyone else. And it was raining that day, so I got water on my guns. And unfortunately, I didn't dry them properly, so some rust developed. Mostly on the stainless steel parts, like the trigger, the hammer of a couple, some bolts. Which sucks, because my guns are beautiful and expensive. And I've been putting off cleaning them because I was kind of intimidated, because if you Google, like, how do you clean a gun and look at 50 videos, you'll get 50 solutions. Some people are like vinegar and baking soda. Some people are like, use this kind of brush, use that kind of brush, use this chemical, use that kind of, it's a whole thing. But I finally got together like a bunch of options that I could try to see what worked best. And it was kind of nerve-wracking because, again, guns are like pretty beautiful and expensive, if you have nice guns, at least. And I think I did pretty good. I had to clean 5 guns and reassemble one of them. And for any of you who are more familiar with this than I am, at one point I applied some Hops number 9 gun cleaner to a bit of rust on a blued surface, and I used a copper wire brush, which, if you know anything about blued surfaces, you might know that I'm like removing the gorgeous blued finish on the... because I forgot, because on the stainless steel you can do whatever you want because there's no surface, but for the blued surface there is. But I'm happy to announce that thankfully I did not remove the bluing. I did remove the rust. It's actually clean now. It's good. I didn't fuck it up. You can get it replated. Yeah, I know, but I didn't fuck it up. So show us. I can't show guns on stream anymore. YouTube terms of service for live streams have been changed again. Can't show guns on stream anymore. It'll never happen again. I know. No, it's bullshit. I agree. Post them as Twitter videos? Yeah, okay. Hold on. Get the link, get the link, get the link. Where the fuck is the actual image? What the fuck? Oh, there it is. Jesus. Uh-huh. The knee blow. Oh, what a pose. Wow, you're so modest, Daniblo. Look at how modest he is. Beep. Okay. What a good boy. Okay, do you remember how a little while ago, Philosophy Tube, Abigail Thorne, back before she transitioned, made a joke about Donald Trump transitioning because an article title got cut off. So it was something like Donald Trump has transitioned, and then was like transition to this, that, the other. And then a bunch of people got mad at Abigail Thorne, and then Abigail Thorne dabbed on all of them by actually being trans, therefore magically legitimizing her ability to make the joke. You all remember that, don't you? I love the you know, the like identity politics demographic joke justification. So I gotta keep my 23 in me. First of all, I have to take a 23 in me, and then I have to hope privately that I'm like 0.8% Nigerian, and I have to deploy that like a Yu-Gi-Oh card the next time I get canceled. Lil Nas X recently made a joke that people got mad at, and it's not a huge deal. Is it even a big deal if she wasn't well, we'll talk about that. So it's not a big deal, but I still think it's interesting. Okay. The surgery was a success. See, that's what it says right there from Lil Nas X. And as you can see, Lil Nas X has titties and long hair, which only biological females can grow. Damn. Yeah, no, looking pretty good here. Yeah, true. The surgery was not a success. There was actually no surgery. The surgical long hair, that's a weave anyway, Poog. Could you call a weave a surgery? In like a stupid way? Like a meaningless way? I'll go with yes. The surgery was a success. The surgical implant of the weave. It was done. Well done. People got mad at this, okay? Lil Nas X has always been... By the way, who we stan. Lil Nas X, no more than nail extensions are. Then we'll call those ones too. Has always maintained a heavy presence on Twitter, but he recently met with backlash after joking he had transitioned. Tweeted a photo on Tuesday of a woman who vaguely looked like him. Vaguely? Really? I would call that. All right. You know. Oh, that's not him? It's an image alter. It's like an app. It's like a filter. Isn't it? Is it somebody else entirely? It's somebody else entirely? Well, she looks nice. Anyway. And captioned it, the surgery was a success. Does it matter? It really doesn't. I'm not looking at chat anymore. Which led to users complaining that it was insensitive and discriminatory. He later deleted the tweet. Lil Nas X, whose real name is Montero Lamar Hill, subsequently issued an apology about the situation, also acknowledging that he handled the situation poorly and should have responded with anger when people criticized the tweet. He tweeted, "Apologies to the trans community. I handled that situation with anger instead of considering why it was not cool. Much love to you guys. Sorry." Okay. So basically, people got mad at him, obviously. You're a cis gay male. Why are you making transitioning a punchline of a joke? You recognize that tweet? It's because it's the one we're looking at, you idiot. And then Lil Nas X said, in a now deleted tweet, "I'm literally just saying she looks like me. Y'all can't be fucked." Okay, so it is somebody else. All right, nice. She looks nice. Why did he have to mention surgery, though? Because she has titties. Are you dense? Well, you can also get those from hormones, you know. We forgive him. Girl, eat my ass, etc., etc. Cool. Why are we talking about this? Well, I have a question for you guys. And I'm sincerely asking this because I feel like we need to arrive at kind of a conclusion here. Why do trans people think this is a big deal? I have racked my brain and I'm unable to come up with an answer. How is it transphobic to joke that you've transitioned? We don't. I know you guys don't. You watch me. But this discourse happens a lot, doesn't it? I mean, did you see people getting angry at Finster the other day because Finster was posing half nude with Belle Delphine? A lot of reasons you can get mad at that, by the way. But a lot of people seem to hate Finster for like doing straight Yuri shit, like stealing valor for being a homosexual, since this is technically a heterosexual exchange of ideas and information right here. It was supposed to be me, right? But haven't you noticed, and again, yeah, touchy subject, there are some people on Twitter, some of them are trans ladies, you know, who seem to not like Finster because there's an accusation of stolen valor to an extent. You know what I mean? Like, not just it should have been me, and not just, you know, or jealousy because Finster's hot or whatever, but also like it's somehow problematic or like invalidating to do all that, but to still identify as a guy, which to me comes across as a pretty regressive idea. I always thought the whole idea here, like the whole point, it's uggos being mad. It's not just ugly people being mad, though. I'm sure obviously petty, you know, girls being catty is a component to it. It's been known to happen. They're acting like it's cultural appropriation or some shit. That's what I mean. That's exactly what I mean. Yeah, cultural appropriation. Either being like really femme or like, you know, making jokes about transitioning. But I always thought kind of like the idea of normalizing trans people was that people could make these jokes really freely, right? Like in a transphobic society, you would get a lot of shit for making jokes like this, I imagine, because the idea of being able to transition is socially taboo. It seems to me like stuff like this can only really take place in an environment where trans people are accepted, which makes me wonder why, you know? Maybe people didn't like the surgery bit, but I feel like that's a pretty light joke. But it's not normalized yet, right? Not saying I disagree with you, but sure, it's not normalized yet, like, ubiquitously. But I feel like that's an element of normalization. Terminally, online trans people want the trans community to be a niche community with an insular culture, and they don't want it spreading, even if it comes with acceptance. I've always said the end state of acceptance of a minority group is the invisibility of that minority group. In the same way that white people and straight people are invisible. Not that they don't exist or don't have social influence, but in that they are not considered to be a distinct or unique identifier of cultural hegemony. That's the whole point of whiteness. That's the whole game that America plays. White people are everywhere, everything, with all the power, at least quite a lot of it, but whiteness is invisible. It's a central critique. The idea is people say, you know, black when they see a black person. They just say person when they see, well, a white person. People will specify if somebody is trans or a woman or not white. But if they're just a white cisgender straight guy, usually people will just go, oh yeah, that guy. And even then, the guy isn't necessary. Sometimes they'll just leave out identifiers at all. Just be like, this person, People don't feel a need to identify. How many times have you heard friends, even progressive friends, even you, say something like, oh, that black guy over there? You would have never said, oh, that white guy over there if you were pointing to the white person, would you? I imagine most people wouldn't. If you had a situation where you were trying to identify one of two people, one is white, one is black, a lot of people will go, oh, the black guy. A lot of people will not go, oh, the white guy. It's not even them being racist. It's just we're so trained to acknowledge and identify deviations from hegemonic identity. And to that extent, if, say, being gay was ever truly normalized, there would no longer be pride parades. Why would there be? We don't have pride parades for heterosexuality. I mean, we don't need to. Heterosexuality is intertwined into every fabric of our society. We have heterosexual pride parades in the sense that we have billboards which promote heterosexuality in aesthetic, but it's not like identified as a pride parade. And ideally, eventually, the same thing would happen to gay people and to trans people, right? I mean, wouldn't it? Like ideally, eventually the trans stuff just becomes so accepted. It's like, oh, are you trans or cis? Oh, okay. Well, what's your eye color? Oh, cool. What's your blood type? We don't care about blood type here in the United States, but blood type actually has a strong cultural significance in Japan. Did you know that? I think one of the best ways to indicate that, has anyone here read or watched My Hero Academia? Whenever they reintroduce one of the characters, which happens, I don't know, like 18 times an episode, because they do it every episode, one of the things they show off is their blood types. You notice that? They do that in a lot of anime. Because there's like a cultural, it's kind of like horoscopes for them, right? Like over here, it's Aquarius, Taurus, whatever. And then for them, it's like, oh, well, AB plus, O plus, I don't know. It's an invisible characteristic over here, is what I mean. Over there, it's not. Over here, it is. I don't know if there's any discrimination by blood type. I don't think so. I think it's just like a thing. It's like horoscopes, but it's invisible over here. The goal would be for trans people to be the same, right? I mean, does anyone want anything different? Does anyone here think that, like, there should be some kind of permanent categorical distinction? I would think that's kind of antithetical to the whole idea of progressive normalization. You do eventually want all these traits and battles to kind of fade into nothing because you've already won, right? I think it's because Japan's an ethno-state, so they have to find dividing lines somewhere. Yeah, it's true, of course. In the absence of, like, a diverse racial makeup in your country, you have to go like, all right, well, what's next, lads? What are we going for next? Shoe size? Let's go. Oh yeah, here's all the. Some characters with A blood type include Light Yagami, Sakura Kinomoto, Asta, and Ami Mizuno / Sailor Mercury in Sailor Moon. And then it's like, people with type A blood types are considered kind-hearted. It's like, well, we don't believe this shit, but they do. I don't believe in horoscopes, but I've been on Tinder. You bitches won't shut up about them. You know how many times I gotta say I'm an Aquarius? You fucking all for pussy, honestly. Ridiculous. The shit I have to go through. Doesn't this just add on to the fact that race is socially constructed? Yes, and I agree, and yes. But, like I said, this isn't really a big deal. I guess it makes me a little bit frustrated that the assumed conclusion to the Abigail Thorne making a transition joke about Donald Trump was that Abigail Thorne ended up being a trans woman. Because that doesn't really answer the question, right? Somebody in chat asked it. Somebody was like, okay, well, why does Abigail Thorne being trans have any weight in the perceived offensiveness of that joke? And my thought is that it doesn't at all. It feels like a fairly normal, reasonable thing to do. Lil Nas X egg. You wish. True, I think the other route is the undoing of a hegemonic identity versus expanding it. This is one of the reasons why I've been a little bit tetchy on like neo-gender, neo-pronoun stuff. Not because I really give a shit about people's identifiers, or it's not as though like dream gender is any like epistemically less valid than being a man. You know, they're all arbitrary social designations. But at the same time, you know, sometimes I feel a lot of time and energy is invested into concepts that we'd be better off sort of not. I don't know. It's frustrating because shouldn't exploration of your gender be encouraged even if you are not cis? Well, yeah, I would think so. Or at the very least, like a deviation from these norms. See, why can't the comments be saying egg, egg, egg instead of this is problematic? Isn't that its own kind of problematic? I get called an egg all the time, mostly because it seems, at least if anyone looks at my Twitter account, I almost exclusively interact with trans women. But that's not, like, it doesn't bother me, so I don't care. But broadly, if we do the whole, like, every femboy's an egg thing, aren't we kind of doing the gender roles all over again? Like, oh, you like taking it up the ass, and oh, you like being feminine, so that would mean you're a woman, so now you're in this category. It seems to me like, if anything, that's kind of like I mean, it's borderline like the Iranian, like, so-called trans-positive misogyny thing, where it's like, oh yeah, you know, we don't care if you transition as long as you're doing it so you can be a female, which allows you to be in this relationship, you know? You know what I'm talking about? It's like, yeah, woke gender roles, right? Yeah, exactly, gay fesh. Like, if it, you know, I just wonder what it indicates about people's. I think one of the reasons people make egg jokes all the time, partly is because it's normalized, and also partly because a lot of trans women like the idea of, um, how do I say, not of them being able to, like, convince people to be trans, because that's not really a thing, even though they brag about it. More like, they like the idea of it being, like, way, way, way more common and prominent. Yeah, they like being able to call it. Yeah. You know what I mean? We like not being alone because we feel very alone. Oh, well, go to Twitter, okay? You people are half my mentions. So, you're not alone there. A lot of trans women see their experience with gender exploration reflected in others' experiences doing the same. Do you think that's why people get mad at this? Because it's not just cultural appropriation. It feels like kind of a cruel denial of something they'd like to see otherwise. Because I know that trans women would be over the fucking moon if it turned out Lil Nas X actually was trans. So it's like, ah ha ha, you know, like teasing or whatever. But it's not teasing, of course. Like, the goal of Lil Nas is not to tease here. It's just making a joke because this lady looks kind of like him. He'd be a hot lady. Well, he'd probably be a hot anything. So, you know. I'm totally over the stream, man. Like, as a trans person, I think this is ridiculous. Okay, Queen T. Elia, would you mind explaining what you think I've said is ridiculous? Because I'm not trying to goad you here. Chat already agrees with me on this issue. If you disagree, then that could be more fruitful than just me seeing people agree with me. The logical endpoint is like cis girls on TikTok stuffing socks down their pants to cosplay as a trans one for social clout, which I feel like a lot of people would be justifiably upset about. In the current state of affairs, like where we are right now, yes. I wonder, though, in the long run, I mean, a lot of trans women absolutely do want to be perceived as cis women. I wonder if normalization would ever get to a point that there would be cis women who want to present as trans women, and that would be considered as valid or something. Who gets social clout for being trans, goddammit? Well, if you're doing, like, sex work or, like, some specific kind of TikTok stuff, yeah. But in terms of, like, long-term life stuff, no. Like, you can absolutely get social clout in some contexts being trans online to some audiences. It's living your entire life, actually, as a trans person, I think, where the difficulties come about. Hold on. It's not the chat's place to agree with you because it's not the chat that was offended. It's the trans community that was offended. Well, Queen Elia, there are probably more people in chat right now who are trans. Like 2,400 likes. There are probably about as many trans people in chat right now as there are, like, trans people who like this, right? So I don't know if we can really speak of the trans community. We're just talking about opinions here. I've been writing you long messages trying to explain to you what the issue is, and you completely ignored the... Okay, well, I wasn't trying to ignore you. I'm just reading chat. Ignore the people are literally calling for the eradication of trans people, right? And to make a joke about transgenderness, not only using a cisgender woman is very problematic. It wasn't like a Facetune. He just used a black cisgender woman to make a joke. Yeah, I just don't think that's problematic. The normalization of trans people, even in jokes like this, is a component of fighting back against the people calling for the eradication of trans people. People are much less likely to buy along with the genocidal rhetoric if they are familiar with the sort of casual, you know, like very lighthearted. Like, oh yeah, trans people. That's what I associate, you know, funny Twitter jokes, haha, gender stuff with. Not like, you know, grooming our children. You want to get those positive cultural associations in mind. Then when he got called out about it, his fans got a bunch of people to send death threats to this other person. Well, that's not good, of course. Kind of difficult to avoid when you're a gigantic figure like Lil Nas, though, right? A lot of trans people feel they have to go hard on the gender stereotypes to validate their gender. Well, yeah, sure. That's definitely true. All right, if we're looking at old messages, we're looking. Really sad to me and disheartening as a fan of yours, as a trans fan of yours, to hear you make a joke about the situation, not understand the seriousness of this. People are calling for transgender eradication using a cis woman in order to make a joke about trans people, inflame the fire, who the one's going to be stuck with that backlash. Okay, there is no backlash to trans people from what Lil Nas X has done. Like, there's no relationship between this and, like, Ron DeSantis transgenocide, right? Like, that's not, there's not a line there. Like, I don't think any Lil Nas X fan is seeing this and going like, oh wow, Lil Nas would make a cute woman. I am now a transphobe. I don't know if there's a line there. Maybe you should have this conversation with a trans person. I don't think you have a bunch of them in your circle. How can you be a fan of me and not think I have a bunch of trans women in my circle? Christ, I'm fucking swimming in them. I'm surrounded by them. I'm drowning. I'm gasping for air at the cusp of the waterline of trans people. I'm enough. I'm swimming. I'm looking for dry ground. Chaser Vosh. You all are chasing me. I get known as like a pro-trans content creator, and then all my trans fans tell all their trans friends to come watch me. And now like 196 is like a second Vosh subreddit, and fucking like every time I tweet anything, like literally about half the people replying are trans. And it's like, okay, well, thank you for your donations. I live with 2 trans people. Yeah. It's clear you are a Little Nas X. A Nas X. I wish I was Little Nas X. He's so much hotter than I am. Yeah, exactly. Trans people need to stop chasing me and treat me like a real human, okay? That's what I'm saying. This has to be a troll. No, I think it's just an expression of the frustration that people are feeling. I just don't agree with it. But I'd rather see people authentically disagree with me than chat just jerk me off. I get jerked off enough, okay? My fucking dick is chafed. When will we see the thirst traps? I did post a picture of my hips on Twitter like at 2 a.m. last night. Read their last message. Okay. Of course, you don't think that that's problematic, but in the world right now where they're calling for the eradication of trans people, that is flaming and fueling the fire and making trans people the butt of the joke, we're not the butt of the joke. What you're saying is, well, if you want to be inclusive, you should be able to take crude jokes, right? But I don't think this is a crude joke, and I don't think you're the butt of it. This isn't making fun of trans people. Like, the only joke is that this lady looks like Lil Nas X, I guess. And the idea, yeah, but it's like nothing here denigrates trans people. I feel like a lot of people, I mean, I guess it's just an oversensitivity thing, but I feel like a lot of people, especially trans people, are really prone to interpreting a joke like about transness as a joke against transness, or like a joke in which transness is being denigrated in some sense. I mean, I've noticed this in some places with like some black people online in the like, I don't know, like Black Hammer, like super black separatist, we hate white people crowds, which again, small minority, but the inability to perceive jokes as anything other than like an insincere attack on a group. Okay, well, I guess I don't really have anything more to say about it. Oh. Well, maybe when you're living as a trans person and everyone is calling for your death and everyone is making jokes of you, it has nothing to do with sensitivity. Okay, but nobody here is calling for your death, right? Like Lil Nas X, this is not like an anti-trans thing. Do you have any idea what it's like to walk in the shoes of a trans person down the street? It has nothing to do about being the joke police. Okay, Queen Elia, these people are your allies. Communities in which cisgender guys, like Lil Nas X, will make jokes about how here's how I look as a woman or whatever. Those communities are pro you. The communities that want you dead find Lil Nas X disgusting. They think he's a satanic degenerate. Like, you're angry at cultural signifiers that are heavily aligned with support for you. Like anti-trans communities don't just like you know, Matt Walsh isn't like posting feminizing Snapchat filters of himself going like the surgery was a success. The closest you see to that is stuff like Lang Grinham or Glinner lesbian site like this. The guy who lost his family because he was so transphobic posted this on like a lesbian site. See, because he's got makeup on, and it says she, her, lesbian, queer questioning, loves cuddles, furry / adult baby, grew up with porn, Reddit moderator, etc., etc. Okay, but I think we can pretty clearly identify that this is meant to make fun of trans women, because like the idea is, first of all, Glinner's a hideous, hideous person. So just honestly, looking at him is kind of like an offensive jump scare. And secondly, you know, this is like riddled with stereotypes and insults that people make again, like, you know, like, so there's that. But then, like, you know, not to be crass or anything, but if this is to be like the cultural association with trans women, I mean, that seems like a dub to me, right? Like, you know, here's a joke about a person being trans. Here's a picture, and it's like, oh, well, okay, that's cool. Obviously, that's kind of like a superficial perspective, but a lot of people are superficial. Obviously, if you're going to make a joke of I'm trans and you post a gorgeous person, the implications are very different from posting. You get what I mean. It has nothing to do with it, just being a joke when we are in the social and political climate that we are in today is, which I make a joke about police killing a black man. Would you make a joke about other stuff like that? Wait, I've made jokes about police killing black men like dozens of times on stream. Like the Simon Says shit, you know? Like, Simon Says put your hands behind your head. Simon Says get down on your knees. All right, now lay down. Ah, didn't say Simon Says. Like that, like those are literally like, that's a joke about like police killing people. But the obvious like point of the joke is that the police are fucking insane, right? So like, I don't think there's anything wrong with making jokes about those subjects. I think it's just, it kind of hurt my throat a little bit. Lil Nas X is not an ally to the trans community. He's made several jokes at the expense of the trans community. I don't know if I trust your assessment of whether or not a joke is at the expense of the trans community. What has Lil Nas X done for the trans community? I've never seen him speak up for them. He's never been an advocate for them. Who are these transphobic Lil Nas X fans? Lil Nas X trans. Leaving aside him saying it was a not cool joke, which was like, okay. If I go back, say, the beginning of 2021, up to 1 week ago, Lil Nas X thinks trans rappers are the future of LGBTQ plus music. From Teen Vogue, Dear Lil Nas X, your visibility is vital to me as a trans teen. Lil Nas X raises money for LGBTQ nonprofits with a baby registry. I don't know what that means, but nice. Oh, because he put on the pregnant thing. Was that offensive when he faked being pregnant? I remember that. That was funny. Trans advocates have accused the Old Town Road rapper of being transphobic with his latest stunt. Oh, well, you people can't be satisfied with anything, can you? Lil Nas X includes trans inclusive group, HIV. I mean, Lil Nas X with a trans flag at his show. I mean, I don't know. He seems cool. I just don't think there's like a big contingent of transphobes who support Lil Nas X. I was scrolling through the last of this. You can be pro-trans all you want, but there's a difference between being pro-trans and actually understanding the intersectionality or walking a day in our shoes, knowing what we go through, knowing that I hate that we go through when people are trans. I think this is vibes based. I mean, it's not cool and it's really sad when a person from the community or other people from the community, because I'm the only one condemning Lil Nas X in the community, is telling you this is problematic. Your reason is to say an excuse and go like, oh, well, I don't think it's a big deal. Well, yeah, that's my counter argument. Also, there are more trans people in chat agreeing with me than the you who's disagreeing with me, right? I would, okay, yeah, just to not like dogpile on further because we got to move on. Go to therapy. Okay, thank you. Me? Okay. Just the the only thing that I would suggest is that you could probably do to chill a bit, because I feel like your mindset is going to like kill you with anxiety before any far right group gets their hands on you. If you're like suspicious of people like Lil Nas X, then you will never be accepting of any cultural acceptance. Like you will only ever feel accepted by an incredibly small minority of a minority of ultra progressive people who are incredibly sensitive with their language, and they will never represent a majority or even like a appreciable minority of the population. Um, so you should probably like look to see signifiers of trans acceptance if you could, because it would probably be good for you to think like, ah, well, maybe Lil Nas X doesn't do everything exactly the way I think he should, but you know, he's a hugely influential cultural figure who seems to support trans people. That's probably pretty good. Yeah, sound really dumb, and I bet most of y'all is not trans. Okay, that's enough. All right, we made the point. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Close it out by looking at her because she's really pretty. Unless she's somehow under 18, which if Lil Nas X posted that joke with an under 18 girl, then I am mad at him. And also I take it back if that's the case. She's 11. Ah, there you go. You're all pedophiles now. Congrats. Okay. Hush. Moving on. Moving on. Hush. All right. I love suffering, as though we haven't done enough of that today. I love suffering. Oh, man, look. It's vintage Matt Walsh before he blew up for being, like, the most transphobic guy. Look at this. It's his humble origins. My goodness. Matt Walsh takes the political compass quiz, warning sarcasm. Well, you know, the only language Matt Walsh speaks is sarcasm. Or wait, what's the joke? It's, I'm bilingual. I speak English and sarcasm. Yeah, right. That's it. What is this? Open this and skip to 9:30. I've seen that video of Michael Knowles, yeah. I've seen the gay Michael Knowles video. It's pretty great.
You okay, buddy?
Are you okay, buddy? Yes, they're okay. Yeah, I've seen it. It's pretty good.
Hey, so I'm going to take the political compass test.
Uh-huh.
A little nervous. I never did very well on tests in school. So
we know.
Though I did just take a Star Wars personality test with my son. One of those things that tells you which Star Wars character you are. And so I don't know a lot about Star Wars, but I was hoping that I would be, I don't know, Spock or Frodo or somebody. But
nice
turns out I'm Emperor, the Emperor guy, Emperor Ovaltine or whatever his name is. Anyway.
I was going to make that joke, but then I decided it would be too soy, but then he made it, so I guess it got made anyway.
This will be good. As ever defies of humanity, rather economic. Interesting to see how this turns out.
This is the classic, lads. This is the... I love political compass test videos because the political compass test is garbage. The main thing that you get from it isn't the answers people offer, for the most part. It's people's reasoning, you know? That's why I like these videos.
Okay, let's see. If economic globalization is inevitable, it should primarily serve humanity rather than the interests of transnational corporations. Strongly disagree.
Wow. I don't think I've ever seen somebody bite that bullet. I have no... So he's arguing that globalism should be pro-corporate? That doesn't even make sense within his own ideology. A fascist would argue that they should be pro-human... Okay.
You know, corporations have wealth. Humanity is largely poor.
Oh! This is before he started grifting with, like, the ultra-fascist populist right stuff. So this might actually be like a midpoint where he's obviously still a fascist, but he's much more like neocon leaning. Is this old? Yeah, it's like 2.5 years old. So this is before he blew up. So this would be, yeah, this might be more sincere. You know what I mean? Remember, he's doing the sarcasm? Okay, so is he just going to answer the opposite of every one of these then? It's not like all of them are going to be made up? Well, here, wait. Let's see if we can do like a litmus test, okay? Hold on.
Poor people, as we know, are not worth as much as rich people. And so, yeah, that's science. I'd always support my country, whether it was right or wrong. Strongly agree. Now, caveat here is America is never wrong, but even if it was, I would still support it. I mean, we could drop an atomic bomb on Australia.
Yep, it's sarcasm. Ah, damn, there's nothing valuable here at all. Ah, there's nothing worthwhile here at all. He's trolling? Well, I don't know if it doesn't meet my definition of trolling. Maybe shitposting. There's nothing valuable here, unfortunately. Man, so what was that thing on Twitter that I saw of Matt Walsh doing the political compass? It's meta irony, so we can't tell what's real or not. It's a really common thing with like Nazis. You know, like unironically, where we saw this with the John Doyle video about the Beauty and the Beast, where he would make like 800 ostentatious, over-the-top far-right comments, and he would only believe about half of them. So it's like an epic troll. Yeah, Sam Hyde does the same thing, but Sam Hyde is actually funny, so he does distinguish himself in that respect, at least. So I feel like the video that I saw on Twitter that was about the political compass stuff, it didn't have his old setup. It had his new setup. Am I just totally off on that? Like, if I looked, there wouldn't be anything right now? Wasn't this the point of JReg? Yeah, well, JReg was a comedy channel, right? It wasn't actually like, That I have to disagree with you there. Sam Hyde is not funny. Ah, well, you know. Cancelled. Woke cancellation. Mr. Medicare also does that shit. Well, again, it's like a cowardice thing, right? They think that they're epic, subversive 4chan wisdom trolls for, you know, gracefully circumventing the libs by only meaning half of the stupid shit they say. It really just means that they're like too cowardly to defend the positions they hold, which is, you know, always the case. Damn. Ah, well. The insincerity of fascists trumps us yet again. Matt Walsh taking a personality test? Is this what I was looking at?
People these days.
This is from 1 year ago. But it's a personality test, not a political compass test, which means it's probably a fucking waste of time. I hate online personality tests. Train for a year, then box him. You think I would have to train for a year to box Matt Walsh? Even with my injured chest. Here, give me like 1 month more to fix my costochondritis. But, there's no way. No Sam Hyde? Sam Hyde? Oh, I could train for a year and still get my ass handed to me by Sam Hyde. Have you seen how that man looks? Not a shot in the world. No shot. No shot. How's your cardio, bro? Pretty bad. But Sam Hyde also looks like a steroid frog. So maybe I could just dance around him for a while. You know what I mean? Like maybe I could kind of like action roll or like Dark Souls roll around him while he runs out of breath. Yeah, I would just have to like I'd be rolling around the mat, you know. God, that's disgusting. It's called an ideal male physique. He would kill me? Yes, he would. I think they edit these photos to make him look uglier. Yeah, they do. Okay, I don't think he's actually this ugly. You can beat him with footwork? Maybe. Too bad I have a bad left ankle. Here's Charlie Kirk doing a podcast. Who the fuck is this other person? Shit, we don't have time for that. Hold on, we have to run through more of these links. Yeah, sorry, my YouTube autopause just isn't what it used to be, guys. Taliban militants fed up with office culture, ready to quiet quit. Really? Based proletarian Taliban. Taliban member Gul Agha Jalali. Hopefully that's what his name is pronounced like. There was a member of the Taliban, I don't care. At the Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation at Kabul, Jalali used to spend his nights planting bombs, but since the Taliban swept back to power in 2001, hundreds of fighters have returned to school. Almost 2 years after the Taliban's takeover of Afghanistan, the jihadists who transitioned from the battlefields to paper-pushing government jobs in the city are ready to quiet quit. This is actually a consistent problem for revolutionaries, you know? Like, revolutionary groups are primarily military. So you get together the kinds of people who are willing to go out there and fight and die for a, for a cause. But when you win, you now have hundreds of thousands of people, no more conflict, and you need to move them over to like civil service jobs. So it's actually quite a difficult shift. Transitioning to civilian life sucks for everyone. Yeah, this is unironically one of the reasons why countries maintain a standing military, because trying to like do these big waves of recruitment and release as conflicts happen cause big issues. You know, think of like the Vietnam War, for example. It causes problems. Yeah, it'll cause problems in Russia too. The Afghanistan Analyst Network, a nonprofit policy research organization working to increase the understanding of life in Afghanistan, released a report last month examining how the jihadists who took over Kabul, many of whom arrived in the capital for the first time, were finding city life with the new rules. Okay, I have no idea what Kabul looks like. What is city life in Afghanistan? Pardon my Orientalist fascination here. but I have no clue. A city? Well, sure, but like in Afghanistan. Huh. Well, I won't say, I was about to say I won't say it's beautiful, but honest to God, a lot of these buildings have more ornamentation on them than fucking 5-over-1s that you see getting built in American residential areas. So I guess I don't really have any grounding to make fun of them for that. Doesn't Kabul have like a ton of people? Or am I thinking of another Middle Eastern capital city? Nope. 4.43 million. Woo! Kabul is not Middle East. Okay, no, technically Afghanistan is not in the Middle East, but come on.
Thing to do.
Oh, sorry. No, that wasn't the video I was trying to get to, Edge Gaming. Thank you for looking, though. It's the edge, kind of. Yeah, whatever. Listen, any country that America invades in the early 2000s is the Middle East. It's in the Middle East by definition. Researcher Savawoon Samim interviewed 5 jihadists who had spent several years of their lives fighting for the Taliban. They ranged in age from 24 to 32 and had spent between 6 and 11 years at the Taliban at different ranks. A Taliban commander, a sniper, a deputy commander, and 2 fighters, Samim wrote in his report. Broadly speaking, all of our interviewees preferred their time as fighters in what they considered a jihad. Now the men find themselves shackled with the bureaucracy of running a country as they work civilian jobs and security postings, spend too much time in traffic and on Twitter, and yearn for the tranquility of village life. Okay. That's crazy, man. I think the Taliban watches you. We encourage workplace democracy and worker cooperative. Hey, critical support, baby. Critical support. Oh, so they don't let women get education, huh? Well, honestly, I was on the fence about that too. Let's go. We're jihadists now. We're pro-Taliban. Look at the bottom tweet. Oh, hello. Tequila Sunset. How the fuck did you... How does the Taliban feel about femboy furry porn? Brother, this is an inappropriate question. Tequila! Don't get me fucking jihaded. I thought they'd be based. Sorry, Taliban insurgents jerk it to femboy furry porn quietly. They don't broadcast their haram behavior on Twitter. I like how by saying brother here, he basically is saying my brother in Christ. It's like implied. Yeah, he didn't deny it. He just said it's inappropriate to ask that publicly. Vosh, there are literally thousands of Talibs on Twitter, but this one isn't a real one. Yeah, but I choose to believe that it's real. And that's what matters. We couldn't destroy the Taliban, but office work destroyed the Taliban, said one TikToker reviewing articles and quotes from the report. Here are the various reasons the interviewees are fed up with the 9 to 5. Mundane office culture. The Taliban used to be free of restrictions, but now we sit in one place behind a desk and computer 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Life's become so wearisome, you do the same things every day. I can't believe we're getting critiques of, like, American work culture from, like, Taliban insurgents, you know what I mean? Like, American workers are reading this going like, yeah, me too, brother. I wish I was also fighting a great jihad against the West, the infidels. In our ministry, there's little work for me to do. Therefore, I spend most of my time on Twitter. We're connected to speedy Wi-Fi and internet. Many mujahideen, including me, are addicted to the internet, especially Twitter. Oh, no. And with a 9 to 5 come the dreaded commute and actually having to show up for the job in order to get paid. What I don't like about Kabul is its ever-increasing traffic holdups, Omar Mansur, 32, says. These days, you have to go to the office before 8 a.m., then stay there before 4 p.m. Well, you know what, motherfuckers? Maybe you shouldn't have become anti-Western jihadists without having a solid plan for bureaucratic administration. What do you think happens after you defeat the ANA? What do you think happens after America pulls out? Did you guys not consider this? Did you not think you would ever win? If you don't go, you're considered absent, and the wage for that day is cut from your salary. We're now used to that, but it was especially difficult for the first 2 or 3 months. Trying to explain to a Taliban jihadist the concept of showing up for work. Added responsibilities. Government work comes with a lot of pressures and responsibilities the men were not prepared for or particularly wanted. In the time of jihad, life was very simple. All we had to deal with was making plans for ta'arruz against the enemy and for retreating, said Huzaifa. People didn't expect much from us, and we had little responsibility towards them, whereas now if someone is hungry, he deems us directly responsible for that. Oh, boo-hoo! Boo-hoo! You wanted a different country, you joined the Taliban, you beat off the ANA, and now you can't feel too bad for these guys. Remember, guys, the Taliban are monsters. Also, a lot of them have, like, child sex slaves. So, you know, it is funny, but at the same time, Abdul Salam 26 says, whatever happens in Afghanistan, people blame us. Even a minor misdeed by us makes it to the media that the Taliban are doing this and that. It's like the cameras of the entire world are watching us. Yeah, you break it, you buy it vibes. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Why is this on Yahoo Sports? They copy-pasted this from a Time article. The Time article had a paywall, so I just Googled the title, and it turns out Yahoo Sports just copy-pasted the article. Proletarian Yahoo. Lack of social lives. Work is heavily cut into their social lives, too. Those in Kabul, like me, work from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., so most of the week we don't get any time to meet each other, said Mansour. The camaraderie among fighters has dwindled, the jihadists say, as previously non-existent hierarchies are now far more apparent, and many of them get swept up in the pursuit of money. Oh, no, no. I sometimes miss the jihad life for all the good things it had, said Nafi. During jihad, you couldn't have known the difference between a commander and a foot soldier like me. Kamran, a 27-year-old deputy group commander, longs for the simple life. Now when someone's nominated for a government job, he first asks whether that position has a car or not. We used to live among the people. Many of us have now caged ourselves in our offices and palaces. During the insurgency, Samim notes the men did not need to earn money to support their families, as the movement covered their expenses. The jihad, a religious duty which exempted them from such everyday concerns, is over. They now have to work for the survival of their families like everyone else. Aw, boo-hoo. Literally, like, what have the women been doing this whole time, you know? Let's be real. A lot of these guys are literally like the equivalent of alt-right militants who get radicalized and want to spend their entire days LARPing around in, like, Patriot prayer gear, not having to go back to work, you know, have mom make all their meals. And now they're, like, getting to work, and it's like, I have to show up. Women have been working with fewer rights than me for longer hours this entire time. Like, Yeah, women are currently under permanent house arrest, can't divorce their husbands, are banned from working and schooling. Really difficult to feel bad for these guys, to be honest. The high cost of rent and relative low pay have been a barrier for Mansour, who is not earning enough money to move his family to the city. Salam echoed about the high cost of living in Kabul and said he missed the freedom of the jihad with little supervision and a clear purpose. Yeah, okay. Nice fucking memes. There's a proverb in our area that money is like a shackle, says Salam. Now if we complain or don't come to work or disobey the rules, they cut our salary. Oh, the unimaginable tyranny of having your salary cut when you complain. Hey, guys, what does the Taliban do to people who resist their rule, out of curiosity? We have to show up for work or they cut our pay. Capitalism always wins. Yeah, well, there's a reason why it's called historical materialism. There's a reason why they're called material forces and factors, all right? They weigh on us all. Visiting the world's most dangerous country. From bald and bankrupt. There's no way you're actually bankrupt with 4 million YouTube subs.
Alaikum, how are you? You okay? Nice to see you. Thank you for coming. Sabtiga, Sabtiga.
Finally meet my friend. How are you?
Thank you. How are you? We're good.
So happy to be here. At last, I'm finally here.
You're not allowed to mention the W.
Hot. Look at it all.
God, he really does look like every Western, like, danger tourist, doesn't he? Isn't it like a like every like white guy in dangerous parts of the world has a shaved head, a beard, sunglasses, like a white polo. Isn't this guy a Nazi? Is he? He's awful. Oh, there are rumors he's a sex. Okay, okay. I don't know anything about this guy. I'm just seeing him for the first time.
No lights on upstairs. But they have. Just want to. Afghanistan school, no. Finish school, working. Okay. Afghanistan, Zindabad. Zindabad. Zindabad.
I'm trying to see if I can like ever see women in crowds. And man, I know this is like a fairly superficial complaint, but at the same time, fuck the Taliban, fuck Afghanistan, fuck Saudi Arabia, and you know what? Fuck conservative Islam. The idea of like living in a public space where I don't get to see bitches is so wild. Like that sounds like it's horrible. Like, yeah, I've got a great idea for my civilization. What if I didn't have any hot bitches walking around? What the fuck are you guys thinking? What do you... It's all this guy. It's not like like you want to see Afghanistan, not yeah. Like I guess that's a lady because of the head thing. Wait, isn't this guy dead now? Kind of gay, not gonna lie. True. This is a different guy, isn't it? Real Lord Miles? No, this is a different guy. Checked out, bro. This guy was like far right or whatever. He was like, yeah, my brother's in Afghanistan. We all know what's up. Haha. And then he'd go over to Brooklyn and be like, oh yeah, but there's black people here. Very dangerous. But he went missing in Afghanistan just a couple of weeks ago. So he's with his brethren now. Go now to the great jihad in the sky. They go for Thailand to trans women. They go to Thailand for trans women. Fuck, do I want to get canceled for this? I don't think it makes you a sex pest inherently to engage in sex tourism. Literally, if you believe that sex work is as legitimate, like fundamentally, as any other industry, the idea of traveling, like for sex work is no different from traveling for like to enjoy their cuisine or some other thing. The problem is if you're traveling to go to countries with lower standards of like protection for sex workers or lower ages of consent. Obviously, a lot of sex tourists are doing that specifically. You know what I mean? But if a person went over to like Thailand and they just like, I don't know, there was like a firm. I don't know what sex work is like in Thailand. I have no idea. And there was like a firm or like a business, and there was like well taken care of, like, I don't know, trans ladies, because that's what everyone associates with Thailand. And then you go there and you sleep with them and you come back and they're all like adults and they're all treated about as well as sex workers anywhere else. I don't think there's anything fundamentally different. Obviously, though, like, realistically, a lot of people do the sex tourism stuff specifically to go to women who are basically trafficked or like children, which is not, you know, not good. Thailand has worse protections. Well, I don't even know what protections America has, because in America, prostitution is illegal. So, I mean, except for like Las Vegas, I guess. Yeah, but do you really want AIDS? Well, I think that's a rather callous attitude to take. I'm pretty sure you can have sex with people in other countries without getting AIDS. I'm sure it's happened a couple of times. Also, there's the issue of fetishism / racism that comes with going to places like Thailand for sex tourism. Yeah, for sure. It's like a common issue. That's why I'm saying there's nothing inherently bad about it, but like obviously circumstantially, a lot of bad stuff anyway does, there is a lot of stuff associated. Vosh, not gonna lie, thinking having sex with women on the other part of the world is somehow different is kind of cringe. Okay, I see what you're getting at, but a couple of points. I don't actually think it's wrong, fundamentally, to find some groups of people more attractive than others. I think a lot of people have preferences when it comes to like body shape, skin tone, even aesthetic tendencies like fashion or cultural sensibilities. And I think like it's possible to have that without being a freak about it. Like it's well known, for example, that I like hooked noses. I like beakish noses, which means that like women from the Mediterranean are really hot to me. Basically anything from Palestine wrapped around to Italy, and like I have a thing for that. But like I don't think that's like if I went over to like Greece and met a cute girl, I don't think it's like, you're racially fetishizing. You know, it's like, yeah. You know what I'm talking about? But also it can be a cultural thing, right? What have we learned about you saying certain things are inherently bad in the internet? Well, okay, I feel like this shouldn't be that controversial of a take, personally. Again, like the problems here are like exploitative behavior, going after people who are unprotected, going after, well, you can bang them unprotected if they're cool with that, you know, that's up to them. But going after people who are legally like very vulnerable or trafficked, or obviously if they're, you know, like young, you want to avoid that as well. That's bad. What if I really like flat faces? I don't know where you'd find flat. I don't know what I associate with flat faces. No nose, like Voldemort. Why even justify you find certain aesthetics being attractive to you? Welcome to being a human, Jesus. Okay, yeah, because the only thing that I want to distinguish with here, and this is the problem people keep running into, okay? It's like, and by the way, if you talk to most people, they'll agree with me on this. Talk to a black woman about this, okay? If there's a white guy and they're into black women because they think that darker skin tones are just like kind of pretty, and they think that like black hair is pretty, and they think black ladies' faces are pretty, and they like the traits associated with black women, like, I don't know, maybe a wider nose or like fuller lips. And then they're like, yeah, well, I just think black ladies are really pretty. I think most black women would go like, okay, great. Like, okay, cool. You know, I don't think they have an issue. The problem is that a lot of people who fetishize black women are doing it in this like, yeah, man, I love it because they're wilder than other girls. Yeah, man. Or they say shit like jungle princess or whatever. In which case, now we have a problem. The problem is when you start like extrapolating behaviors rather than just appreciating like fundamental aesthetic tendencies, right? It's the same with like Asian chicks, right? If you're into like how Asian chicks look, fucking God be with you. But then like you look at most white guys who are into Asian chicks, it's not because of how they look, it's because they like the idea of like a demure, submissive, not feminism corrupted Asian lady. And it's like, okay. But that's not an inherent thing. That's just them being really fucking weird and racist politically. So it's, you know, it's not good. Some black chicks like it when you say stuff like that, though. Please directly consult with the black chick in question before saying stuff like jungle princess around them. I promise you, that's really something you want to vet with them beforehand. Yeah, consent is important. What are we talking about? Okay. End the segment. Get me out of here. What if I call them a Nubian princess? Like I said, consent is what matters. Good luck. My Wakandan princess. Please stop. This is stupid fucking. Unironically, I actually did I did get non-con race played by a black girl once, but the opposite way, where we were having, I mean, I wouldn't say it was normal sex, but it was within a couple of it was within a couple standard deviations. You know, I mean, the back walls are getting hit. Everything's going fine. And then she's like, yeah, fuck me up, white boy. and a bunch of other stuff that I'm not going to repeat. But I was very taken aback because there was nothing racial about the dynamic beforehand. Have I recovered emotionally? Yeah, I had to sit down after. It was pretty funny though. How was the pillow talk after that? I didn't tell her that I didn't like it because I feel really bad because it seemed like she was pretty into it and it didn't bother me so much that I felt like it was important to point it out. So you know what I mean? Like, I felt like I could sort of live with the mild weirdness and discomfort, you know, as like a sacrifice. I'm like Guts from Berserk, basically. I live with the it's probably a one night stand thing or something. 3 nights. I think we saw each other 3 times. You're exactly like Guts. That's true. Yeah, I live with the pain. Exactly. I just like because you don't want to have that conversation, right? Like, what am I supposed to say? Hey, remember when we were having like wild bareback? Like, hey, remember when like all the really great stuff that was going on? That was cool. I was mildly perturbed when you started saying stuff about me being white and you being black. Mildly, it doesn't bother me that much. And then I just like sit staring at her, like with my hands folded on my lap. Like, what am I bringing it up to do? Because I'm not saying don't do it. Because as I said, it doesn't bother me like that much. But like, what am I like? Just to let you know, it was like a mildly uncomfortable, but it's not a big deal. Like, okay, okay, fucking whatever. Once I had sex with a Czech woman, said, "You have nice lips, not too big like other black men." Jesus Christ. Oh my God. So she won the debate? Yeah, I guess so. Least racist Balkan? Yeah, that's true. That was actually the least racist thing she could have said right then. That was a very wide branching dialogue tree, and she went for the least offensive option right there. Fuck. I don't think finding other races attractive is bad, but finding a culture attractive is inherently prejudicial. Well, we have prejudices when it comes to our attractions, right? When I think culture, I think like behavior, dress, like how people dress can be really attractive. People's attitudes towards sex, though personally, I don't know anything about like national stereotypes when it comes to attitudes towards sex, but I feel like anything outside of the West would be worst, right? Is there any country where chicks throw it back harder than like the West? We're pretty sexually liberated compared to the rest of the world. Like if I went over to India, is there some stereotype there where it's like, oh yeah, dude, like over here in America, they'll throw it back. Over in India, they'll break your hips. I don't think so. I feel like in terms of the quality of the sex that I'm having, it's probably got to correlate to the degree of like social liberalization, which is probably most here. France? Well, France is part of the West. Vosh, this lady gave me a blowjob once, and right after she said, "Wow, I thought most Haitians were dirty. That wasn't so bad." It took me 3 days to recover from that. Jesus. Oh my God. Also, Czechs aren't Balkans. Oh yeah, that's true. Sorry. Feel like, well, that depends. Do you ask like the Germans, the French, the British, you know? Brazil is pretty known for sex, isn't it? Yeah, that's true. Fuck, but is that racist? Do we just think that because we have stereotypes of Latin people being like really horny? Is that true or is that racist? Or is it both? Is it true and racist? I can't go to Brazil, dude. I'd be ugly there. And make fun of me for being white. I think there's no difference of sex around the world. I have no idea. I literally no idea. No clue at all. No, I don't know if that's necessarily true. Again, I really don't want to paint with a broad brush here, but I'm willing to come close to it for the sake of stream entertainment. Where I used to be kind of darkly fascinated with those sex tourism blogs back in the early aughts in Japan, because I thought the like libertarian guys with Asian wives shit was so fucking weird and funny. The idea of a guy like openly admitting, "Yeah, I'm a loser over here, So I'm going to go over to Japan and find unfeminism-tainted pussy. And they would, like, write stories about hooking up with people. And they always wrote like they were having the worst sex of their life. And I don't know how much of it was their fault and how much of it was the chick's fault. But it sounded like it was pretty mutual. So, yeah, I don't know. Look at me, I'm Vosh and I have sex. Can you stop being insecure all over my chat, okay? I just told a story of other people having sex. Oh my god. Fucking Hassan chat, yeah. Insecurity's never a good look. Yeah, that's probably true. Okay, what the fuck? Fuck, do we have time for the breaking points video? But there was an autistic thing that I wanted to go over. Okay, quick link rundown, because we have been ignoring them. Okay. Cori Bush mentioned Eden Knight, which is really nice. Marianne Williamson, abusive treatment of 2020 campaign staff revealed. This is fine. Based on what I've seen on Twitter, a lot of people would like to be abused by Marianne. Hochul win LaSalle floor vote, but loses her judge pick. I don't even know what Pokemon these are. 4chan troll living with his mom, arrested for threatening anti-Nazi sheriff. Cool. Well, that fits all of my stereotypes. 38-year-old man who lives with his mom allegedly posted an anonymous threat against America's favorite anti-Nazi sheriff, Mike Chitwood, on 4chan. Wow, he's certainly... Yeah, he's a wizard. Did they mention his virginity status here? Mid-30s 4chan user who lives in his mom's house was arrested on charges on threatening to kill Florida sheriff who recently went viral in an anti-Nazi tirade. Can somebody find that tirade? Police arrested Richard Golden, 38, earlier this week for allegedly making an online threat to kill Valencia Sheriff Mike Chitwood on March 1st. The arrest? We have a video of the arrest?
All right, so you want to put cuffs on him? Hi, ma'am. Is Richard here?
Yeah.
Can you have him come to the door, please? We'll discuss it in a second. Sure, absolutely.
Whoa, you didn't ask to enter. Cops should be like vampires, man.
Richard! They're here. I don't know who they are.
South Brunswick, please.
South Brunswick Police.
Just so you know, we're audio visually recording. Richard,
They're recording.
Can you step down here, please? Yeah, come in. We'll talk to you down here.
What's up, dude?
Come on down this way. How are you? How you doing? Go ahead. Okay, all right. Perfect. Come here real quick.
Holy shit, is that moist critical?
My left shoulder. Okay, take it easy. All right. Come up, please.
I don't mean to do my boy moist dirty like that. It's just white t-shirt, long dark hair. Yeah. Yeah, very moist critical.
Right. Just so you know,
soggy critical.
There's a warrant out of Volusia County, Florida, for the incident that you're aware of what's going on.
Yeah, I think I saw you there.
What you talked about, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're gonna go
Doesn't moist hate you though? No, I don't think so. I mean, I hope not.
back to headquarters. We'll do everything. And we also have a search warrant to search resident for electronic devices.
Shouldn't far-right people be more about the clean-shaven aesthetic? Politicians are, but no. Overwhelmingly, far-right people online are like weirdo, degenerate pedophiles. It's like overwhelmingly. It's not... Yeah. The sheriff probably watches Vosh. Yeah, of course. How else could he learn his anti-Nazi talking points? They had a stuff seized from his bedroom, which his mother described to police as smelling like a fucking gym locker in body cam video of his arrest. Nice. This is the threat on him? Oh, you can't free skull fucking 4chan on stream, man. The top comment on the thread of his arrest is, "That fat fuck is clearly Jewish. Chilled so hard he got himself arrested." There you go. That's the glory of being an online Nazi, man. You're fine until the moment you tip over the line, and instantly you're a Jew. Some say that actually everyone is Jewish. Oh, this is the same damn video. Chitwood has been sounding off about numerous neo-Nazi and white supremacist groups who have set up resident in South Florida. One of these groups, the Goyim Defense League, is a virulent anti-Semitic group that tries to go viral by harassing Jewish people and minorities on camera. The GDL was described to Vice News by an expert as an extremely anti-Semitic street theater troupe. That's a nice description. Oh, is this the viral anti...
Leave our country, go back to Israel.
Kyle.
Hey, you filthy Jew piece of shit. We see you. Hey, you got foreskin in your face. Hey, get him on camera. Get him on camera. Back up, back up, back up.
We are not going to tolerate this. Let me tell you, this is not about free speech. This is about violence. 2 days after the incident at the Speedway, one of these GDL members ambushed and shot 2 Jewish Orthodox folks outside of their synagogue in L.A.
Remember, the Jewish people are overwhelmingly, like by far, by a hugely disproportionate amount, the most common recipient of hate crimes.
There's a lot of people in this room, and there's a lot of people around this country of the Jewish faith who are on their hit list. They try to besmirch your character. They try to put death threats out on you and threaten you and your family. Well, I wear that as a badge of honor because I, too, by these clown group, want to shut my big mouth and put a bullet in the back of my head. Go for it. That's my message to you. Go for it. You came to the wrong county.
Damn, that's really not common cop rhetoric there. Hey, you fucking Nazis want to shoot me? You'll fucking do it. Yeah, it's...
I stand with my Jewish friends, and I'm honored to be on your hit list. It's an honor to be sought after by a bunch of punk thugs like you. That's my personal message. With that, I'll turn it over to people who are calmer.
How long before DeSantis personally gets this guy fired? Check out the t-shirts they sell. This is so corny. Just, he's stuffing people in a fucking toilet. I'd probably do something like this if I was a cop too. That's really funny. Okay, he really likes the word scumbag, it seems. Okay, nice. Did we clear out the links? What the fuck is this? Oh, this is just my Twitter. I'm so close to clearing all my DMs. Okay. Fuck, do we have time? Do we have time? Do we have time? Okay. I have 35 minutes. I think that's just enough time to be autistic. Is it? I don't know if we have time to do the breaking points thing because at 2:30 or in 36 minutes, we have a call. We're talking with one of the PV people. There's some really important shit going on that we need to talk about in Wisconsin. And I can't miss that. That's at 2:30. So we have 35 minutes now. And this is a 14-minute video. I'm not going to be able to finish the video. I take too long to go through Breaking Points videos. Because Breaking Points videos actually tend to be really interesting to break into. Yeah, okay, we have to save that one for tomorrow. So basically stream ends in 35 minutes? No. No! Stick around for that shit, you fucking asshole. Those PV people are putting their asses on the line to get, like, proper... No, we'll talk about it in a bit. I just got here so distracted by Vosh's white uncle drip. Man, I really do like how the shirt looks like... in total, but from the top it does just look like a polo shirt. See? The polo is fine. Well, it's not a polo, but thank you. Okay, stop linking. Can I do like one autism super quick, and then maybe we'll have time for another thing before the talk. Okay? Maybe it'll help if I do this. That's better. Okay, okay, I had... Wait, this is actually way too autistic. Wait, fuck, this might actually be... I was about to describe an idea that I had for an RTS system. This is actually worse, because RTSs are like a particularly autistic genre of game. What is RTS? Real-time strategy. Do it? Okay, fuck. Okay. Who here has played a lot of RTSs? I've played a lot of RTSs. I've played like squad-based ones, like Dawn of War and Company of Heroes. Wait, is it Company of Heroes? Call of Company? Yeah, it's Company of Heroes, yeah. The Warcraft, StarCraft, Command and Conquer, Age of Darkness, the zombie one, They Are Billions, that's it. A lot. Age of Empires, of course, Age of Mythology. You mean Call of Company of Battlefield of Heroes? Yeah, exactly that one. I've played a lot of them. And I think there'd be a cool idea. Okay, I have to open up my thing. Battle for Middle Earth, I have not played that one. Command and Conquer, yes. Would you consider Pikmin an RTS? Yes, and I've played all three. Okay. So here's an idea. And this, okay, you guys never cooperate with me on this. So I really want you to, because if I get distracted, there's no shot of me being able to like describe what I'm talking about here. Okay, like we really have to work together on this one. Okay? So let me like... Okay. Let me draw the battlefield. Kind of. I haven't used this program in a long time. Where's the crosshatch? Hatching. Here we go. Yeah, like that. Oh my god, that's so good looking. Holy shit. Okay. And then like... Whoa. Okay. And then like... Okay. Now shut the fuck up and listen, okay? So I had an idea, all right? The tasteful thickness of it. I had an idea, okay? And the basic idea was that I thought it would be really cool if you had an asymmetrical RTS And the point of the thing was that you control a collection of necromancers who are raising the dead, and you're using them to attack a city. So, like, you can imagine the obvious progression here, where, like, you're raising some skeletons, and, like, they kill some civilians, but then, like, eventually you have the military involved, and you're, like, they're, like, tanks, and it's like, well, a zombie can't really kill a tank. So you know, it's like, well, they're super zombies, blah, blah. Okay, so the basic idea, already bored, move on. It's too late, okay? So the basic idea here is this. Isn't that just Age of Wonders? All right. Okay, I'm going to have to try. Okay. Don't read chat. We can't read chat. Okay, I'm removing chat from my screen. Okay, I get I'm so weak to this, okay? So there are a couple of things that I've played in RTSs that I get really, really bored of. I like high levels of micro, but I don't like having an army cluster of like 40 dudes and 10 of them are spellcasters, and you have to micromanage the spellcasters in the army cluster. I like micro of some kinds, but not other kinds. And one thing that I've noticed is that I feel like macro is often really boring in a lot of RTSs. Like, the only interesting part of macro is how hard do you commit to it. That's usually it. StarCraft, Warcraft, Company of Heroes, Dawn of War. The real question is, like, okay, are you willing to, like, sacrifice your military production for long enough to get more, like, macro out? And I also like the idea of having hero units, because I really miss playing Warcraft 3. And I also really like having to make interesting decisions about what to make. And I also like wave armies. So finally, okay? I thought of it, all right? By thought of it, I mean, like, it's like 2 a.m. and I can't sleep. Okay. So the idea is that you start off the game with 5 necromancers, all right? And that's it. That's all you get. And these 5 necromancers are the only entities in your entire army that are capable of gathering resources. Nobody else can. And the reason for that is because the resources are bone, blood, sinew, like that shit, right? And you would start in a graveyard, presumably. And as you move through a graveyard, there would be like bone piles, and like there'd be like meat, you know, like there'd be basically like resource shit, right? And if you send, not polyline, lasso. If you send like a dude over to gather at that spot, you begin getting income from that, only as long as they're channeling. Some spots would have like an infinite amount of bone because you're in like a graveyard, but maybe like later on battles will happen over here and there will be sites of bone that you can really quickly get a large amount from, but only for a bit because, you know, the people who died there like just died, right? Okay, are you following? The problem is that these guys are also your hero units. And because you have a finite amount of them, like if you want all bone, you send all of them over to the fucking bone pit and you have, like, congrats, you got a ton of bone. But now you don't have any hero dudes out here and you also aren't getting like sinew or meat or whatever else. So the idea would be that you would, no, stop. So the idea would be basically like, I'm gonna describe like an opener to you and I want you to see if you can follow my like flow here. Okay, can you do that for me? Okay, let's say that there are like 2 early guys that you can produce. Skeletons and zombies, okay? Skeletons require only bone. Zombies require bone and meat. Zombies are tankier because they have flesh, but they're slower because they're weighed down by that flesh, whereas skeletons are lighter and faster and have less health because they're more animate and they're not made of meat, right? So if you have like an infinite meat pile and an infinite bone pile over here, right? You can send your dudes over here to like get that. And once you have enough, you can use one of them, because they're also your only builders, to build like an obelisk or like a altar or something, and it will auto-produce a specific unit type to a direction of your choosing. They're like wave enemies, or like wave units, basically. It like every skeleton produced is like 2 bone, and you produce like 8 bone per tick, so you can produce like 4 skeletons off of 1 dude harvesting from 1 infinite bone pile, right? And you can send big waves out in a direction. And The idea would be, of course, that you get the ability to get like higher totem tier shit or whatever, but the waves are just the backdrop. You know, you can kill civilians and I don't know, maybe cops with that, but you can't directly control these guys, okay? The real fucking me, Marino, is that the resources that you get also allow you to transform your necromancers into like different types of undead that have specific hero-based abilities that you can use to get involved. And they're really strong, but now they're not harvesting resources. And also, they can be used on like a set of sort of army spells. Does anyone else feel like army spells are the most fun thing in the universe? I love that shit in Total War, where it's not a unit that has a spell, your army has one. So anywhere on the map that's in range, like in sight range, it's like a fuck you from God. And the idea would be like, as long as something is near enough to your undead, like if you have a skeleton here, it'd be like an area around that. Like that's a viable target because you can channel through it with your fuck you shit. So basically it would be like, how much do you commit to the spells versus the wave versus the hero shit? And like, how effectively do you use that to break through the far more competent and better armed human enemies? Because like one tank with a bunch of soldiers around it would be like, that's like a fucking obstacle, right? That's not easy to get through. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, like Jesus. So the way I imagine it being is that like you're making a bunch of decisions about which resources you want specifically and how like actively you want to use them on your range of army abilities while you're sending in waves to kind of keep an ever advancing human threat from moving in like stalled while you break lines with your spells and hero unit or hero units if you want. Does that make any sense? I feel like if done well, that could be like everything I want in an RTS. Because I really like utilizing hero units to kind of like break lines when there are group dynamics going on or like waves fighting in an area, and you have to like be smart about like, oh well, if you took out this guy right here, you'd help, or this or that guy right there. And as of course, obviously, like as things got harder and harder, like the humans would be more aggressive on moving in, and there would be like airdrops and shit, and you'd have to like constantly reassess which shit you need and what sacrifices you have to make. I feel like that could be really fucking cool. I don't know. You guys get what I'm talking about? You could win once you blow up there. I don't fucking know. The White House is right there. Godspeed. There's the White House. You blow it up. All right, I'm looking at chat again. You mashed resource management with RTS. It's just like in StarCraft, there's no choice about how to do resource management. When you build a base, you fill up the mineral field in the Vespene. You never don't do that. Unless you're, for some reason your build doesn't require gas. But like, for the most part, it's not much in the way of choice. Can I steal your idea? Sure, whatever. I just had it in my mind, and I have to let it out to somebody or I'll explode. There we go. Okay, I lost 1,000 viewers. Excellent, nice. Are the necromancers gay? Yeah, sure. Needs a nude mod. I feel like it'd be really cute if it was in like 8-pixel sprite StarCraft style. You know what I mean? I just have such fond memories of being a kid and like a bunch of Zerglings go in. And like the idea of like later in the game you have like 200 skeletons a minute flooding in, and there's like a big wall right here because there's like a gunner here and like a tank and blah 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 blah. And like your guys hold the line. If the skeletons weren't holding the line, they just move forward and fucking kill you, you know? So you have to be like, ah, well, if I do this specific thing and that specific thing. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like it'd be cool. Okay. Cool. All right. Will the starting area bones and shit run out? The idea would be that these never run out, but that there'd be like quick piles of it over here. You know what I mean? So there'd be value in getting your necromancer dudes out there, but again, that pulls them away from the resources. Okay. It's a concept. That was a nice autism. Thank you. I feel like that was a relatively controlled autism. You know what I mean? I feel like I hemmed that one together relatively well. Because chat wasn't there to distract you. That's true. Fuck, I feel like in theory, wouldn't RTS stuff be really easy to map out in Unity? Because like at the baseline, you literally just need to attach like a hitbox to a single sprite, and then you just need to work out basic like pathfinding stuff. Nah, pathfinding stuff is really difficult. I shouldn't minimize that. Like doing it well, I mean, with like big groups and stuff. That's the hard part. Yeah, like pathing and trying to work around and blah, 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 blah. Nav mesh is pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good. Okay. We have 20 minutes. Do you think we could keep the breaking points to 20 minutes, like a tight 20? Or do you think we should do donos? Donos or tight 20? Because if it's donos, if it's tight 20, like we can't do donos after. Donos? Okay. I think donos is the right move because I have to leave right at 3. I actually have like people visiting. Okay. Viathan, tier 2 sub. I'm afraid I haven't started part 9 yet. I really want to though. I hear a lot of discourse. Stadion, thanks to tier 1 sub, and likewise Soli. Really appreciate that. Maybe. Freakster, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Cheers, Vosh, getting laid off my job because of the SVB signature bank debacle, whatever, it sucked anyway. That fucking sucks. I'm really, really sorry to hear that. Well, hopefully you're able to find something else soon. Gamer Girl Uwu and Leo Sukinaga, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Landricities BB, thank you for the $10. My brother Inshallah. I don't know if that's used correctly. Your takes and appreciation for Pulp make me wish you just play Metal Gear Solid 3 on stream already. I want to. Yeah, it's on the list. I'll play Bayonetta tomorrow. Maybe we'll even finish it tomorrow. King Jar Jerk, thank you for the $5. Gotcha. Save Point, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Angry Vicky, likewise. Maybe. Mantis Cosmo with the tier 1 sub. I'm sick and tired of not being able to use GigaChat emotes. The hate for Lil Nas X and Finster comes off as turfy for saying it's like a caricature of transness. Yeah, yeah. PAX Blue Ribbon, there is a reason why VPNs can't be used for the website, I'm afraid. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but it's deliberate. Katakesh, thank you for the $2. It's Dune into Dune Messiah. Also, I kind of like that. Yeah. Oh, fuck. I wonder if it would be possible for me to mock something like that up. I feel like the secret to easy pathfinding would just be to make the horde enemies a little bit springy, right? Don't give them rigid hitboxes. Give them like center point hitboxes that have kind of like a radius push out effect. So it does kind of the thing that like flying units in StarCraft do to an extent, where if they get clumped up kind of like a lot, they sort of like move through like a little more like a liquid. Fuck, I just can't stick to one game idea, man. It really bothers me. Sparky and Earthboy, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. Good luck with the gym work, Earthboy. I believe in you. Luke Not Warm, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Good luck with the sociology student stuff. Yeah, this is like the 5th. This is like the 6th. It's the 5th, or maybe the 4th, okay? CK Melly, thank you for the $20. Happy birthday, Ryan. Happy birthday, Ryan, wherever you are. Hidiosulman, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Darth Grader, thank you for the $3. Really appreciate that. I feel like if you were from a superhero series, you would be a well-intentioned extremist supervillain, or you would try to get most of them on the stream. Yeah, certainly at least on the stream for the content, Claire Moore, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Thank you for helping me get out of this awful far right and into the much nicer and safer left, where I've been able to come out in all that junk smiley face. Oh, hell yeah, I'm really happy to hear that. That's awesome. I'm glad that you're feeling better. The Willinator, thank you for the $10. I turned 25 today and you're almost 30. Here's $10. Nice. Happy birthday. I am almost 30. Well, I'm 1 year away from being 30. Time of Task and Illinita Express, thanks to tier 1 subs. Charlotte96 with the 4 gifted tier 2 subs. Hug yourself. Thank you. It's very kind of you. Unhinged Jaw, thank you with the tier 3 subs. Smite the white names upon the earth. Oh, yes, absolutely. Of course. Get them out of here. A Space Whale, thanks to the tier 2 sub. Finally reached 11 chin-ups on one set. Shouldn't be too long till I can say the same about pull-ups too. Can I get an A? A. Unfortunately, because of my chest, chin-ups and pull-ups are a long way away from me. I have very disproportionate strength. Oh, I did. There is some good news though. So I haven't worked out in a long time because of my costochondritis. It's been 15 months. You know, it's been 15 months of me basically just not being able to work out. But on a whim, since my chest has been feeling better lately, I tried to do a curl with the barbell that I have in my bench press with the amount of weight that was already on it. I think it was 75 pounds in total, and I was still able to curl 75 pounds pretty easily with no exercise at all and eating like shit for a long time. So I haven't lost it entirely. You know, there's still like a base there I can build on. Yeah, not too rusty. Bosch muscle memory is scary. Yeah, it's really good stuff. And I used to be really strong. So we'll see. Soul Weaver, I mean, 75 isn't huge, but for no exercise, you know, I'm happy with it. I'm happy with it. Soul Weaver 0, thank you for the $10. Bosch, have you considered talking to Joe of Angry Joe Show? Anti-SJWs got salty at him over Black April O'Neil for the new TMNT animated movie. I'd be happy to, sure. I mean, certainly he hasn't reached out to me, but it's not something I'm opposed to. Fabra Sable, thank you for the tier 1 sub. N-word, thank you for the 579. Aren't these anti-trans bills against the Constitution? Can't Biden do something about it? A lot of them are not. Some of the speech ones probably are. Gengar with the $10, thank you very much. Sake with the 4 gifted tier 1 subs, thank you very, very much. These are 3 days old now. Keen O and Sin Phoenix, thank you for the tier 1 subs. I'm sorry to hear you got laid off, Sin Phoenix. Take care of yourself, okay? Generic Sockdem and Pessimist, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Pulse, thank you for the $10. That's very kind of you. Just want to let you know I'm the one guy who was moved over to the left because of your pro-vaccine content in 2021. Nice! I'm really happy to hear that. That's fantastic. Victorious Gardenosaurus, thank you for the $10. Oh, by the way, guys, if you channel energy to me right now, if you are nice to me, I will try to do something like a mock-up of the idea that I just talked about. Like I'll do sprites or some shit, like one single sprite, okay? If you give me energy, I'll try to today. I'll try to see. Can at least do sprites, right? How many pixels tall is a StarCraft 1 Marine? Hold on. Original resolution at SC1. What is the original resolution? How many pixels were on the 480? Okay, 480. SC1 Marine model original. That's not the original model. I mean the original model. Pixels. Dude, are you serious? Just show me the SC1 Marine sprite. Thank you. These are the fucking remaster sprites. Here we go. Jesus. I have to go back to an original sprite sheet. Oh my god. What is this? 32? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. So that does it include the boxes? 32 including the white line? Okay. It's probably not 30. Wait, do they vary in height? Oh, they do, right, of course, because when firing, the gun is extended. Oh, it's not even consistent. Ugh. Oh, well, they made it work. Look at how much work fucking spriting is, dude. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. This is for the one Marine. Didn't they just shrink 3D models? For StarCraft 1? I don't think they did. I think they actually drew these. They shrunk 3D models for, Oh, they did? Really? They did? Dude, that's such a cheat code. So what you're saying is I need to make like an 8-inch tall skeleton and then like rotate it with a fuck. Yeah, they did that. Ah, man. Turns out games are a lot of work. Yeah, no kidding. Doom did a similar thing. Yep. Look at this. This is the Doom model that they used for the Mancubus. Look at that. It's pretty good, you know? And they take pictures. They take pictures from a bunch of angles and stuff, and they pixel it out. I love when they do that clay model shit. Yeah. Oh, Brigador. I think Brigador didn't have physical models. Brigador had a Brigador just made 3D models and then like baked in. Okay, you guys want to see something crazy? This is not a 3D model. This is a digital 3D model that had its rotations baked in at dozens of different angles, turned into sprite work, and then combined into an incredibly high detail rotation. This is like dozens and dozens of sprited iterations of a 3D model that have been baked in together as part of a single unit. It's really impressive. This is what Brigador looks like, by the way. It's incredible what you can do with 2D art. Hey, whoa. What? There we go. What? Okay. That's what it looks like. Video games? Video games. Look at that. Look at all that. God, that's impressive. What an incredible piece of work. This game is sold pretty poorly on release. Big shame. Really fun game. I took the time to 100% it, which was not easy. So it's 3D models that were rotoscoped a bunch of times. They would just bake down into sprites. They didn't draw over them. Thank the Lord. Oh yeah, and Fallout, they did that as well. To get like consistent modeling. God damn. I really have to play Fallout. Literally never even heard of it. Basically, you're let loose on a cyberpunk moon, and you can choose your ship and the weapons attached to it with different loadouts, and you just run around blowing shit up. It's incredibly fun and cathartic. Is that Brigador? Yeah, it's really good. That's not really impressive, TBH? Okay. All right. Darth Grader, thanks for the $3. Snow Leopard, thank you for the $5. Nice, Snow Leopard. Charlotte96 and Evil Eye, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate those. Bazooka Horse, thanks for the Tier 1 sub. Charlotte96, thank you for the 2 Tier 2 subs. Really appreciate those. Very kind of you. Big Cheese Wheel, likewise, the Tier 2 sub. One day, inshallah, we'll build that Floridian wall. E-Exploration with the $5. I don't know if your SMV segment made it into a video. I've only been able to find it in VODs. I'm pretty sure the SMV segment's on the second channel. Jesus, Sonja. Lena Lux and Absent TV and Generic Sockdem, thank you for the Tier 1 subs all. Really appreciate those. Christ of King, thanks for the 2 gifted Tier 1 subs. Juzor, thank you likewise. Robot Bug, thank you for the $5. Seba GD and Jammy Yellow, thank you for the $10 both. I really, really appreciate those. Fantasy Jorts and Charlotte96, thank you for the $5. Carlson and Peters, thank you for the 5. Really appreciate that. My own bacon jam burger. I'm afraid that link doesn't work, Carlson and Peters. I can't help you out. Charlotte96, thank you for the 5. Maybe I should play it. Kakawin, thank you for the 621. Still alive. Thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Just wanted to let you know, Vosh, that ever since I first started watching you in spring of 2020, I noticed my vocabulary improving significantly. I guess your verbose rhetoric has affected me, lol. Thanks. That's really kind of you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Ameliorate. Ameliorate, ameliorate, ameliorate. Charlotte96, thank you for the $5. Sake with the 4 gifted tier 1 subs. Reading all these old donos. I can finish the new ones. Jazzy Wubs, thank you for the $30. I really appreciate those. What are some good sources for learning about China and Russia that isn't tankied? Also got banned off our socialism for saying the Holodomor happened, lol. Yeah, they tend to do that. Unfortunately, tankies control pretty much all like Reddit mod posts. As for good sources about learning from them both, honest to God, I just do Wikipedia deep dives, then read the citations. There's a lot of bias everywhere in these topics. Sake, thank you for the 4 gifted tier 2 subs. Really appreciate that. Did you see Blitzo's horse fanfic in episode 3 of season 2? They know their audience, Vorse. No, I'm afraid I have no idea what that is or what Blitzo is. I have no clue what you're talking about. I'm entirely ignorant on the subject. Sake, thank you for the 4 gifted tier 1 subs. I'm not sure about that, Sake. Horizon, thank you for the 5. Slashy, thank you for the 5. Very kind of you. Dill the Dog, thank you for the $20. Hey Vosh, it's St. Patrick's Day, so here's a video of a British Nazi shitting on Irish people if you want to go over it. Why do the Irish produce so many amazing poets, novelists, and playwrights? What the fuck am I looking at? I have no clue. Vosh doesn't know about Hell of a Boss. Oh, I haven't seen the latest episodes in a while. Sorry. Imperial General, thank you for the incredibly kind tier 4 sub. I really appreciate that. Please learn to pronounce the difference between legislature and legislator. It's like listening to someone recite the Buffalo sentence. Never. You know, I have trouble enough stumbling over my words, and the phonetic distinction between legislature and legislator is pretty difficult to bang out in a quick sentence. I agree, that might be confusing at times, but just, I do try, you know. Is it? Yes, it is! Adrian Jipov, thank you for the $10. Me and my trans partners always make the joke that I'm going to transition to beat the Chaser allegations. It brings us closer together because it pokes fun at me. I think this applies here. Yeah, I've always felt when people make jokes about me being an egg, it's not really a joke about trans people. It's a joke about me, but, you know. Andre says hello with the $5. Sorry to bother. Hope you can give this a shout out. Oh, yes, I saw this tomorrow. Protest against anti-LGBTQ bills in Texas. The Main Street Garden Park on 1902 Main Street, Dallas, Texas, 75201. Protest. Yeah, hopefully people stay safe. It's just, yeah. I hope that you, yeah. If you're able to. Why do I have a giant bruise on my arm? Oh, fuck, we have to hurry. Rivera Life, thank you for the $10. Just the Vosh Reddit having a normal one. USA bad is some leftist only ideology. What is this? What? Oh, you can't get me involved in like specific 1 point by 1 point beefs from a 2-week-old my Reddit post. I'm not participating in this. Renio Wu, thank you for the $5. I think I started giving my partners yellow fever, and now one of my girlfriends sexualizes my yanderiness. Oh, God. Well, I hope it continues to work out so that insufferability doesn't transmit to other relationships. Stanley the Dog and Beanbo, thank you for the $5 both. Congratulations on recovering from anorexia and working out again, Beanbo. That's fantastic. I'm really, really happy to hear that. Stanley says, the gaming rant rattled me. Feels like my brain's never been wired correctly to be purposeful and crave challenge / value myself and my time, and it scares me. Hey, listen, okay? Do what makes you happy. I just tend to be very prescriptive when I talk about what makes me happy because I like how it makes people in my subreddit mad. Uncle Kylie, thank you for the $10. New Gilmore vid dropping. Keep doing what you do, internet friends hug. Ooh. While I was trying to sleep last night, Pigeon jumped up onto the bed and walked over my pillow and walked over my head so her belly was directly above my head. Was there sound playing? Oh, there is sound playing. I have to talk over it, though. So Pigeon was directly above my head, and she started kneading a blanket on the left side of me. So she spent like 2 minutes purring directly above me with her belly like vibrating while she was doing the like kneading thing on the blanket right next to me. She took so long that I eventually had to like pick her up and set her down. No more vid perp. We have to hurry. We have to hurry. We're almost out of time. Sake, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. You should have tried to one-up her by asking her to racially liberate you, Kekvi. I'm not into race play. I'm not engaging in this degeneracy. I'm sorry, Ducking Creepers. Sake, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 2 subs. Happy National Hibernian Day. May their clover lasers not strike you for wearing their national color. Wearing green underwear. That shit's gray. It's absolutely, unquestionably green. I'm looking at it right now. There's no question. It's green. Keep in mind that the camera is slightly blue tinted. Also, we have blue tint lights going on right there. Sparkle Fairy, the tier 1 sub. Boop. True. Beanbo, thank you for the $5. Hey! I just saw you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. We're all better people for your presence in chat, Beanbo. Lunder, thank you for the $5. Not sure what you're talking about, but I prefer Fanta to Sprite. Ew. I have no stake in this game. Sake with the 4 gifted tier 2 subs. A bit.ly link. Mysterious. Ah, that's why. They know what audience they're catering to. Vorse. Oh, hell yes. Oh, shit. Maybe I'll jerk off twice to this newest Hell of a Boss episode instead of the usual one time. That's what I'm talking about. Gay top. True. And then finally, Carson appears the $5. Just wanted to share my Earthbound fan art. Oh shit, that's actually really good. Holy shit. Damn, they're beep booping at the end of time. This is Jesus Christ. Wait, this is actually like really good. It's actually like really, really good. Wait, let me link this. The time has come. The time has come. And we just finished Donos. There, please look at that. It's really good. I just finished playing Earthbound, and it was a really good, really, really good game. Are there any more segments? Yes! Just one. Howdy! Is my mic working? It might not be. Hold on. Nope, it's not. Howdy!
Howdy!
Hello!
That'll do it. What's up?
Oh, you know, canvassing, filmmaking.
All right. We got to get to that, and we got to get to that fast, because I've got folks coming over. I want you to hit me with it, okay? The ADHD-riddled, low attention span audience members need immediate gratification. What's going on? I've heard about this place. It's called Wisconsin. Wisconsin. It's not California, New York, Texas, or Florida. So I don't really know. Fill me in.
Yeah, it's East Minnesota. That's the correct terminology. But so what's going on right now is Wisconsin is a hellhole. It's not quite on the level of Florida, but we're getting there. So on terms of, there's 2 things happening in Wisconsin and on the national level. So on the national level, Wisconsin's a swing state, obviously. So in the 2024 election, it's going to have some big consequences, because in the 2020 election, we had a 4-3 conservative-leaning Supreme Court, and Trump wanted to throw out 200,000 ballots. And the only reason that didn't happen and Wisconsin went for Trump is because one conservative justice decided not to do that, which is not exactly the bets I want to take in 2024. And right now we have an election for that Supreme Court member, and we actually have a chance to flip that to 4-3 in our favor. That's the main thing on the national scale. And then on the Wisconsin side, so we have a bunch of things going on. Wisconsin is terribly gerrymandered. In 2018, we had over 50% of Wisconsin voted Democrat, and we only got about 30-something% of the House statewide. So that's obviously, what does that mean? That's gerrymandering. 2/3 of people went for Biden, and yet we still got only losing my thoughts here. Let's go back. So
we got this.
I know. I'm nervous right now. We're all good though. So gerrymandering Wisconsin, it really sucks. We got abortion, we had a trigger law that went back to the 1800s. It's one of the worst laws in the country. It has no exceptions for rape or incest. I believe it's going to go after doctors. They want to jail doctors.
What's the limit?
Yeah,
And we
no,
also
sorry.
Oh, what's the limit? Is it
Go ahead.
0 week, 6 week?
It's
Zero.
no
Absolutely
zero,
zero. Nice.
no exemptions for health of the mother or pregnant person, no exemptions at all, period. And so essentially, conservatives are trying to say that this really old 1849 abortion ruling can be enforced. And that challenge is making its way up to the Wisconsin Supreme Court. And I would love if it didn't find itself with a conservative majority Supreme Court.
When is the election?
It is April 4th.
April 4th. That's so soon.
It is soon.
Well,
All right.
surely it's too soon. There's nothing people watching the stream could do at this point, I'm sure.
Nothing except this weekend and the rest of the time up until April 4th. Conveniently, what's going on right now, we've been doing a week of canvassing. It started last weekend in the Milwaukee area, and we're still going all the way till Sunday. For just a $40 flat fee, you get lodging and food. And if you don't have $40, we will get you $40 somehow so that you can stay with us. We're canvassing all day. And then in the evening, we play board games. We have fun. Just on Saturday alone, we had the state Senate candidate that we're also advocating for, along with the Supreme Court race. She came and said hi. She was amazed by our turnout. We had about 20 people there. And for canvassing, that's quite a lot, for one shift.
So you're telling me then, so just $40, not even 40, really, if you can, find a bit of charity, you get to meet new friends, make a political difference. You get some canvassing experience, and you get to play board games. It's like
at least one of those things. Yeah.
Resort experience, basically.
Good time. Yeah. We are partnering with Progress Libs, and we are putting on this weekend of action. So if you're in the area, if you can make it to the area, we would love to have you. If you are kind of a little bit far away from this foreign land of Wisconsin, like myself, I'm down in Louisiana. I can't really make it all the way up there. We have a lot of opportunities to phone bank. We have a phone bank tomorrow evening. We have one Sunday afternoon. And then we have more in the coming days before April 4th. If you have the time, can come and help out. If you've never phone banked, don't worry. We do trainings at the start. We will onboard you. We will answer any questions you have. It's a great time. We're really just calling Democrats to say, hey, here's the name of the progressive candidate. Because super fun thing about this, there's no little D or little R next to people's names. It's quote unquote nonpartisan, but the GOP has put millions behind their candidate. So
This is one of the most funded races of this nature in the history of the country. It actually is the most funded in the whole history of the United States. So obviously both sides know what's going on here. It has significant ramifications for the whole country. So
yeah, it would seem, if nothing else, that means the canvassing work, certainly phone banking is a little bit easier if all you have to do is scream, hey, this is the right one, slam his phone down. Yeah, no, I know how much is going into this. We've talked a lot on stream recently, though perhaps not enough, about the importance of local races and local elections, because the strategy from a federal level the Republicans are pursuing, at least the one that will be most effective, is removing protections at a federal level and leaving states to ruin things directly. So, there will be attempts at national abortion bans, I'm sure, but overwhelmingly this is going to be a state fight. And man, bringing them over, your fine neighbors, and it was Michigan, wasn't it? Just recently got a full Democratic control of their state government and have just been slamming through the progressive legislation. It's incredible the difference that makes.
Yeah, because for example, that gerrymandering thing I mentioned, right now, not only is the Supreme Court race really important right now, we're primarily focusing on Waukesha County because there's also a state Senate race going on there. And if she doesn't win, the Democratic candidate, Wisconsin will have a Republican supermajority. And right now, the only thing that's been holding back the tide of the current Republican Congress has been our Governor Tony Evers vetoing pretty much everything that comes across. I'm sure you saw in the news during COVID, there were some Wisconsin shenanigans, so you can imagine the other things that go on just a daily basis. So if she doesn't win, supermajority, no longer, governor doesn't have veto power anymore, and then we'd really love that Supreme Court to help block that stuff as well. So
yeah. And what exactly can the fine person in my audience type into their, the URL to get to where they need to go? What, like, say if they were watching this right now, for example, and they suddenly thought, what if I decided to not be a useless sack of shit today? What if I actually decided to do something meaningful? How could they do that?
Yeah, you can go to progress.win/Vosh if you want a phone bank, or you can go to progress.win/ proglib-wi. I put that in the chat. It's kind of a little hard to remember that one. Not as catchy as progress.win/Vosh, but yeah, if you want a canvas, if you want to phone bank, that's what you got to type in. Would be pretty pog.
It's going to be the easiest canvas you've ever done. It's a really easy sell. We're primarily targeting people who we already think are in our boat and just don't know the election exists. Please join us.
Okay.
I am a nervous wreck, you can see, and I can bring myself out to do it every week. So come on, join us. It's a great time.
And who can phone bank?
Anyone within the U.S. If you don't have to be in Wisconsin, but if you are in the States and you want to help out, progress.win/Vosh, you just have to have a working computer that can join a Zoom call, and we will teach you everything else you need to know, answer any questions that you have. You don't even have to think about it.
And you don't even have to be a cool guy.
people.
You can be like a regular guy to do this.
Yeah, you can be a regular guy, and this is what will bump you up to that level of being a cool guy. It's like iPhone bank.
Chat?
I'm doing my civic duty. I'm making my voice heard, fighting for progress. It's pretty pog.
All right. Well, shit, I'm sold, is what I would be saying if I was in chat. I really do appreciate you taking the time to speak with my audience. I wish that I'd gotten involved sooner. I've just been very sleepy the past 2 months.
I got that Castro too. I feel you.
Really? Oh, that sucks. I'm so sorry to hear that. If you want, by the way, I've found some effective remedies. If you email me, I'll share them with you because it took me ages to find them.
All right, sure. Yeah. Cool.
All right. I mean it.
Awesome. Thank you so
both.
much.
Guys, don't you want to be cool guys? You don't want to be uncool guys, do you? That was way shorter than I thought it would be. There's no complexity to this. It's very simple. The Dem has to win, and the other guys don't. That's it. You can sign up in Phone Bank for just $40 or maybe not even that. You can go over there. Guys, are you fucking kidding me? An all-day social experience and night's lodging and food for $40 or not even if you're in the area? Are you fucking kidding? Come on. Find a better deal than that. In this economy, no shot. And if you're phone banking, it doesn't cost you anything. I just don't have time, man. I have 2 jobs. Quit your jobs. No, of course not. You don't have to apologize to me. But there are people right now who could benefit, in addition to their country, from their direct participation. But Vosh, can we donate? You can donate, as a matter of fact. I believe the donation linked. I think the link is they have it listed through Act Blue. Oh, mods, could you add the Act Blue perma donation link to them, to the exclamation point action there? If it's not already listed, I'm looking at it right now. I don't think it's listed. But yes, donating is also incredibly helpful. I mean, logically, if it's $40 to get that lodging, that food, that canvassing opportunity, then donating $40 basically means you're patronizing someone doing that. It's exclamation point victory. How come when you Google soy rage, Vosh is the first thing that comes up? Because unlike other self-obsessed narcissists like Hassan, I'm perfectly comfortable making very silly faces for the bit, knowing that they'll be clipped and made memeable and be seen by thousands or even millions of people. It's an expression of my incredible confidence. Okay. This is good timing-wise. We did a lot of stuff. We finished up the donations, and now I have to be a good host. I love you all very much. You're beautiful people. You know what? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna try to You know, I'll try to do a couple of sprites on a sprite. Do you think maybe I could take like the marine sprite, or maybe get like a 48 by 32 or something, like taller than it is wide, and then like do a skeleton, or like kind of copy one based on a frame of another model, and then kind of have that. Maybe I could even do like 2 rotates. 32x is easy to sprite. Yeah, but I usually just shrink pictures and trace over them. I might just fucking do that, man. How do you make a distinct skeleton sprite? Skeletons are so overdone. Have good shapes. Yeah, the shape matters more than the detail. Yeah, you don't draw like 16 ribs or whatever. You draw like 4. Yeah, I don't have much experience with sprite work. Lucy Hayes is streaming the Diablo 4. The Diablo 4 open beta began? What? Whoa, 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 whoa. And it's the fucking VTuber? It should have been me. It should have been me. What do you mean? Oh, fuck, dude. Right off the bat, this looks so much better than D3, like, tone-wise. Oh, yeah. Fucking skeleton corpse axe? Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Is there a separate dono thing for the Wisconsin thing, Thana? Or does it just all go through the Act Blue? I'm not sure. You should clarify with them. I'm sorry. Holy shit. Cool. Fuck, dude. Look how dark and everything it is. It's so nice. Is it going to be good? Who knows? Okay. I love you all very much. If you want to go watch that, you're free to, but I'm not going to host them because they are a VTuber. Instead, I will be hosting Anderson JPH is playing Pizza Tower. Why did he fold? Wait, fucking Alfie is D4 betaing? Or Oofy? Affy? Oofa? Eefy? Eefa? 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 Why? PC building and Diablo 4 beta later. Transgender St. Patrick's Day. All right, go in there and bully her into doing it now. The beta. Get in there and harass her. No, don't. She's nice. She's quite nice. Don't harass her. At most mildly annoy. Okay. I have to open up a new thing. I haven't hosted her before. Host Twitch. Ifa B. Save. All right. I love you guys. I'll see you soon, okay? I'm really sorry about the lack of streams lately. I know. But I really enjoyed today. You know, I had a really good time today. So that always makes me, you know, I always love being here. Just terrible at it. Just terrible work ethic. But I do love being here. You know, maybe I'll have some cute sprites to show you. You know, a little sprite. You know, a little something. All right. Take care.